Madam President, we are live.
I would now like to call our meeting to order. It is now 6:11 p.m. There is nothing to report from closed session. Before we begin the open session, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be conducted simultaneously today via headset. If any member of the public would like translation from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, please visit the translators table to pick up a headset in the back. Raise your hand. I will now ask the superintendent and secretary to the board, Dr. Gina Potter, to conduct the roll call for attendance.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our governing board meeting. We are on agenda item number 7, the roll call. Board President Zenaida Rosario.
Present.
Board Vice President Antonio Martinez.
Present.
Board Clerk Irene Lopez.
Present.
Board Member Martin Arias.
Present.
And Board Member Kenya Peraza.
Present.
Madam President, you have a quorum of 5.
Thank you. I will now lead us with the flag salute. Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart, ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now we will have board recognitions, distinguished champion awards, and Mr. Horkis will be presenting those.
You will be Ysidro.
Adrian.
Good evening. Each year, the San Diego County Taxpayers Association assesses the transparency of school districts on the sharing of information relating to their active bond programs. Mike Fratelli, chairman of SDCTA's Subcommittee on Schools Performance stated, and I quote, "The SDCTA's trusted and independent assessment of the bond programs provides a degree of assurance that the districts are responsibly expending public funds. The more trust the public has in school bonds, the more likely they are to approve them," end quote. There are 24 school districts that have active bond programs. Each district was evaluated across 25 criteria rubrics. Our district received a perfect score and received a grade of A+ for our bond program. Only 5 districts received a perfect score, and we were one of them. Please help me celebrate and honor our Bond Oversight Committee members for their unwavering commitment to the San Ysidro School District. We begin with our Bond Oversight Committee Chair, Mr. Ricardo Lacedo.
I don't know if they were all the same.
Yes, yes. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
So we try to bring it come up.
Yes, everyone.
We have our parent representative, Ms. Daniela Armstrong.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Our next parent representative, Juan Morales. our Community at Large Representative, Larry Rodriguez. Our next Community at Large Representative, Kenneth Johnson. Mr. Johnson is on his way in. Absent tonight, we have our Vice Chair, Mrs. Gloria McCarney, and our Senior Representative, Nancy Kerwin. They were not able to make it tonight.
Excuse me.
Gotta get you in the middle there.
Great.
You guys gonna tell me about the uniform?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, hold on just one second. Miss Marilyn, would you like to be part of the photo, please? Thank you.
Just gotta step outside.
All right, all right. Pat, would you like to join as well, please?
Yes, you will.
All right, perfect. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. And then I'll take one with Pat's. All right, are you ready? There we go. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Before we begin with public comment, I also have another addition to a comment for speakers. As per board policy 9323, each speaker may be allotted up to 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item, or a total of 3 minutes for non-agenda items. District labor organizations are allowed up to 5 minutes. If you are speaking in Spanish, you will also have 3 minutes as simultaneous translation is being provided. So you could give your speech in Spanish or in English only, or if you want to use the 3 minutes to combine both languages, but it's only a 3-minute limit. So we do have public comments. Alice De La Torre, thanks to the Women's Club, you are first.
Good evening, Board. Good evening, Board. My name is Alice De La Torre, and I'm here proud member of the Women's Club, and I'm here to say that our dear Grace is gone, but her legacy and her work continues. And our goal is to finalize the endowment. We have an endowment set for $500,000. That will be in perpetuity for students of San Ysidro and the San Ysidro High School. We have a big event coming up that I'm here to give you, to put in your calendar. I have a handout for all the board members, and maybe one of you this will tell you that we're gonna have a fiesta ranchera, and it's going to be at, was going to be here at, in Imperial Beach, but, the venue got canceled, so we're going to take, and since Grace lives in, or she lived in, the venue that we're gonna have is the Coronado. She lived in Coronado, so it's kind of nice to have it in her territory. And it's an event that's going to bring hopefully funds to our endowment, and I know we're gonna, now we have someone helping us from above, and I know we're gonna reach our goal and hopefully exceed our goals. Because this year we gave out $25,000 to the high school and $3,200 to the middle schools. We gave out 32 $100 bills. That's a tradition that started when Grace started the incentive awards and the scholarships. So with that, I'd like you to mark that in your calendars, September 7th, and it's gonna be at the Coronado Community Center, and be a nice event. We're gonna have the mariachi from the high school, of course, the high school folklorico, and we're gonna have, the food was donated. We were able to get donated food, so the cost is gonna be very, hopefully down to, our expenses will be minimal, and hopefully our donation will be high, so I have great hopes for them. And I guess I'll have 30 seconds left. Mark the calendar. We'll be having tickets available. We're not at that point yet, but in July we'll have some tickets available. So hopefully we'll all see you there, and it'll be a good event. And the theme is mariachi, and we're going to have you hopefully in Western attire. Bring your cowboy hats and your Western attire. It's not going to a formal event. It's a very family-friendly event. So, thank you.
Before we move on to our next speakers, I just want to say a few words. Alice de la Torre worked at our district for many years as our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. For those of you who have been here more than 30 years, you know the great work that she did in partnership with Grace Kojima, who was our superintendent for many years as well. Grace Kojima passed away about a week ago. She was a legacy for our community and a great loss for San Ysidro and for her family and her children and her grandchildren. She was an educator at heart, and when she came to this district as our superintendent, I sometimes get these memories and very grateful that we got Dr. Potter, because Dr. Potter has reminded me of Grace in so many ways. And Grace was one of the good ones. I say good ones because we did have some hardworking superintendents, and she was one of the great ones. What she did for our community is still legacies that live on. And when she retired, she continued working as a community member for the
25 years.
the community, the center that all the women's club, many of them belong to, and the women's club. And essentially the women's club, her idea was to give back to the community she served as a great superintendent. And over the years, they have had fundraisers to not only give scholarships to students in high school, but incentive scholarships to our students at the middle school. And as you know, many of our students who get these scholarships in San Ysidro High School were former students in San Ysidro. She also started the legacy of the teddy bears. And I'm sure all of you have experienced the drive-thrus after the pandemic, but the in-person, which we will be celebrating in her honor this year, 25 years. And she did so much above and beyond just what we see and what we know. And so I felt that it was very important for us to know that this is going to be more important than ever. because even in her last weeks, she still made an effort to come to our meeting. She was honored the street was named, it's Fire Boulevard, San Ysidro Boulevard, but it's also in honorary Grace Kojima. So there's no way we can drive to this wonderful district daily without thinking of the impact that she left in this community. I always admire her hard work, her classroom visits. Teachers have shared with me, retired teachers from 20-some years ago, that they will never forget the personal relationship that she made with everyone, getting to know everyone very well, which reminds me very much of this amazing woman to my left. And so I just want to say that I want to give a moment of silence in her honor. She will never be forgotten. And Alice, thank you too, because I know what it's like to have good friends in your life, a good circle of people with you, and I know it's not easy to lose your best friend, but God blessed you both to work together. You were the dynamic duo.
60 years.
Yeah, that's incredible, and I know I've had a friend for many years. I'm getting close to 50 years with my friends, and I just have to say thank you. Her legacy will live on. We will all keep her memory alive for years to come. And all the people that work together with you, the organization of the Women's Club, those of us who are part of it, and all the community activities that she belonged to. I know from heaven she is looking at this board meeting and saying, thank you, because I know we opened our arms for her. We welcomed both of you when you came to this district from Los Angeles, and you did so much for us, and you're still doing it. So we want to have a moment of silence in her honor. Rest in peace, Grace. Roxanne Palestino, you will be speaking on item 13.2.
Good evening. This thing is on.
Yes.
Item 13.2 isn't about professionalism or order. It's about punishment and control. It's about silencing Trustee Peraza, a mother, an advocate, and one of the only board members who actually speaks up for special education families and demands accountability and transparency. The only one up there, most likely reading the materials and here for the students and families first. You're censoring transparency. You're censoring accountability. You're trying to make an example out of her, hoping the rest of us will shut up, but we're not. Just realize this community is awake now. We're watching and we're organizing and seeing politicians up there who have ran for city council twice, lost, running again, using San Ysidro School District as a stepping stone to run for city council, here for the union votes, not for students, is shameful. Having our long-term serving board members tell us we're not from here, that this is their city, telling us it will serve 40 more years, but yet we're the one paying tax dollars. Knowing our population is mostly all Spanish speaking and not translating agendas, leaving out all the English learners, students, and families out of these important decisions. To the 3 board members who have treated our families like we don't matter, your seats are up in 2026. You sit there smiling while children go without services, while IEPs are violated, and while parents are pushed aside. You do nothing. Call our complaints frivolous because districts have lawyers to protect them, to change policy, to be in compliance, to call our complaints frivolous. Teachers have unions, and parents, thank God we have an advocate. But don't try to discredit her work or education. I truly wonder, are you guys even reading the materials, or are you just approving everything, like ornaments, de adorno, while the real damage happens behind the scenes? If you're gonna follow a leader, at least follow the one who actually shows up for the families, because we don't need more politicians. We need people who do their homework, who listen to the community, and who aren't afraid to ask the hard questions and have the right attitude to change and actually vote on what's best for our kids, not control all the committees, close to the district, pick and choose, and exclude the rest of the community who is here for the right reasons, for our students. The resolution, it's retaliation. And while you try to silence Trustee Peraza, remember this, you might control the microphone, you might control the agenda, you might control how many minutes we speak, but the community controls the votes. Thank you.
Ms. Palestina, I just want to clarify, were you speaking to agenda item 13.12 or 13.2?
13.2.
13.2 is the local control accountability plan.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess
Perhaps 13.12, just for the,
yes, 13.12, sorry. That's the one.
thank you so much.
Roxanne Palestino, 13.7.
Community Education Resource Center. You're asking to approve the next step in building a community education and resource center. But how can you claim to build something for the community when you actively pushing the community out of the process? Just this month, the San Ysidro Community Planning Group, an official city-recognized advisory body, was quietly moved out of the boardroom and into the parent center. No public explanation, no vote, no justification. After years of letting them borrow this space, because why? Because I serve on that board? This planning group is not a casual meeting. It's a body recognized by the city of San Diego to review development projects, land use, and planning decisions, and belongs in a space of visibility and formality, not tucked away in a side room as if it's an inconvenience. This is not just a logistics issue, it's transparency issue, it's a respect issue, and it raises red flags when you're voting on a resolution for a new construction project on the same night you're displacing the very group tasked with advising the city on development. If this new resource center is meant to serve us, then start by honoring the structures that already serve us, like the San Ysidro Planning Group. Put us back in the boardroom, let us participate openly. Don't claim to include the community while literally pushing us out the door and hiding us in the smallest room when our meetings, we have more than 40, 50 people present sometimes. You guys want to cram us in a little parent room. But I request you guys vote on letting us keep meeting in this boardroom. The board members up there should be ashamed, taking photo ops with members from the San Ysidro Community Planning Group, allowing this injustice, never speaking up for them. Thank you.
$13.12 for Roxanne Palestina.
Didn't I just, is it 13.12.3, right?
Yes.
Okay, for the 13.12.3 uniform complaint procedures, this item isn't about helping families. It's about protecting the district. You want to revise the uniform complaint procedures again, but for whose benefit? Because I've sat in this room and watched families get ignored, delayed, and misdirected, especially parents of students with IEPs. We're told to file complaints through UCP when you already know special education isn't even covered under this policy. That's not just shady, it's just strategic. You pretend like families have a pathway to justice, but really you're building a maze that leads nowhere. The more time you waste, the more protections you buy yourself while our kids fall through the cracks. You update these policies just enough to cover your back, but never enough to benefit the families you're supposed to serve. Where's the language access? Why don't you translate agendas and materials in Spanish? But you say you have support for immigrant families? If this district supported the families of the English learners, everything would be translated. Instead, our superintendent is only worried about being in compliance, not serving San Ysidro. But you guys say she's the better one of all of them? The board should have those 300K, the board should save those 300K. Iniguez is doing everything for her. Why not give him the title and save the salary? He's always present. Otters, in Coronado. If you're going to revise this policy, then this district wants control over the process, not accountability. You want to look compliant without being transparent, fooling the community. But we're not fooled anymore. We read the materials.
Just to clarify, you were speaking on item 13.12 or 13.11?
13.12.3,
I don't have a,
or the Uniform Complaint Procedures, the UCP.
11. They did have a different.
no,
For clarification, the board policy regarding the uniform complaint procedure is agenda item 13.11.
13.11 for the, okay.
I do it in my bag.
Oh, no eviction.
Dr. Potter, I think. Dr. Potter. Can you hear me? Okay. So I think this agenda is a revised agenda, correct? It's not the same one as the one that's in the website?
oh, this is the posted one.
Yeah, since, because this, I have two. This is the one from yesterday.
Could you stop her clock? I think she started speaking at 20 seconds, so she has 20 seconds. Ms. Peraza, Ms. Palestino, did you want to finish your 20 seconds?
Sure, I got a little.
This would, the UCP board policy.
I think I got it. I was done with that one. I don't know if.
Or we want to start a different speaker's list.
Yes.
So that would
Oh, no,
be
yeah,
thirteen.
it is the same. Yeah, it's 11. 13.11.
So now you have 13.14,
Yes.
And she's talking about the uniform complaints.
Okay.
13.14, right?
Yes. Approval of the San Ysidro Education Collaborative Bylaws. This item raises questions about transparency and equity. From the outside looking in, it feels like we're seeing the same small circle of people involved in everything. The board, the women's club, the education collaborative. It makes no sense to me how something called a collaborative can be created without public input, without open calls for participation, without clarity on what it's even supposed to do. Is this a decision-making body, an advisory committee, a private club with an education label slapped on it? What is it? That's it. I don't need more time for that item.
Which one was it?
For the 13.14?
Okay.
Okay, your next step is for 14C.1.
I want to speak about the recent leadership change at La Mirada. Our district psychologist as the new principal. Congratulations on your new role. Leading a school takes more than just credentials. It takes compassion, transparency, and a commitment to true collaboration with families. We want to be clear about what our community expects. La Mirada deserves a principal who is present, who builds real relationships with families, who understands that parent involvement is not a threat, it's a strength. We want someone who shows up to ELAC, school site council, IEP meetings, dismissal, not just in titles, but in action, that knows that having an advocate is not a threat. And we hope that your background as a school psychologist becomes an asset, especially for our students in special education, those with IEPs and 504 plans, who often go unseen and underserved. We're counting on you to ensure those students are supported with dignity and that parents are treated as partners. Our new principal, welcome. And to know that know that La Mirada is filled with parents who are deeply concerned, who will show up, ask questions, and keep pushing for better. Not out of disrespect, but because our children deserve nothing less. We want leadership that listens, partners that follow through, and a campus where all students, especially those with special needs, can thrive. And we also been asking, we want La Mirada to have dual immersion program. Our community deserves access to high quality bilingual education, not just at selected schools, but at every school in this district. Families in La Mirada area shouldn't have to fight or travel across town to be left out of programs that reflect our culture and our full potential for our children. This is San Ysidro. Bilingualism should be a right, not a privilege. Thank you.
Your last slip is for non-agenda item.
Okay, this goes out to Natalie De La Rosa. Instead of fighting with us parents, why not stand with us? You're in a union, you have protections. Who do we have? We don't have lawyers, we don't have contracts, we sure don't have the privilege of seniority. All we have is our voices, and even that, you try to silence or dismiss us. We have the right to an advocate, period. Stop acting like we're the problem. When we're all doing this, we're fighting for our kids, something the system should be doing all along. While you're busy defending teachers who refuse to show up, follow IEPs, or even acknowledge a parent's existence, guess what? Parents like me have been left out of every decision for years. Why? Because we don't speak English, because we don't know our rights, because we're too emotional. Instead of pushing us away, you should be standing right here next to us saying, you're right, we do need more support. You're right, we should be trained better. You're right, San Ysidro's kids deserve more. But instead, all we get is frivolous, because you guys pay lawyers to save the district, to be in compliance, and around here it seems like it's only about seniority, or worse, board members who say this isn't even our city. Excuse me, madam, but I've lived here in San Ysidro for 26 years. We're not making anything up. We're not here to attack. We're here to fix what you've been too scared or too comfortable to address. You wanna say Gina Potter is the better one of the long list of superintendents? That's why she deserves over $300K for 7 schools, and those board members just approved another raise, and one in November and one in January. And if that wasn't enough, she has Mr. Iñiguez doing her job while she works remotely from home on Fridays from her house in Coronado. You talk about corruption. What about the corruption happening in front of everyone's face, sitting up there not even reading materials? Como adornos. Los vemos en público y nos tuercen la cara. No nos dan la mano, pero dicen que son advocates against parents' voice, it seems like. And to the bus drivers here, I'm very proud of them. I really hope whoever is making them feel uncomfortable doesn't come back, because they've been here so long. They have respect for parents. They treat us with love and respect, and our kids as well. And it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, it's been a bunch of them, and it's been multiple meetings that we've seen them come and go, and one bad apple ruins the whole thing. So I really hope you guys listen to them. They don't wanna come back to a new school year working under stress, under pressure. If you guys, I don't know why she must come back. Listen to those bus drivers. If not, you're gonna see without bus drivers too. That's the worst part. Pushing out the good employees. Not everybody's good. Go for the ones that are doing their job, working. Thank you.
Angelica Martinez, 13.12.
I hope this is the right number. Good evening, board members, superintendent, community members. My name is Angelica Martinez, and I'm a concerned community member and advocate for students and child rights in South Bend. I'm here tonight because I'm deeply troubled by the board's attempt to censor and limit the authority of trustee Kenya Peraza. From what I have observed, Ms. Peraza has been one of the few board members who actively engages with parents, listens to concerns, and stands up for transparency and accountability. This is exactly what a trustee is elected to do. Yet the district appears to be proposing new restrictions, outlined in red in the bylaw revisions, that make it nearly impossible for any individual board member to advocate meaningfully for the public. Limiting access to staff, silencing board members from speaking on complaints, and requiring the superintendent's pre-approval for school visits or agenda items is not governance, it's control. This policy doesn't serve students or parents. It shields bureaucracy. from being questioned. It prevents board members from doing what they were elected to do, represent us. I urge this board to remember that trustees serve the community, not the system. You are accountable to voters, not to the internal convenience or discomfort with dissent. Silencing one board member today sets a dangerous precedent for suppressing the voice of every trustee who dares to challenge the status quo tomorrow. Please do not adopt these restrictive changes, reinstate transparency, defend open dialogue, and most importantly, let our elected leaders do the work we chose them to do without fear of political retaliation. Thank you.
Angelica Martinez to sign for a non-agenda.
Hi, once again. When I speak, I just want to let you guys know I do speak from my heart. I don't mean to attack anybody. I speak like a parent. I have 3 boys and I speak from my heart. I'd like to remind this board of what Board President Ms. Anaya said on May 22nd, and I quote, "If you focus on corruption, no one will move ahead." With all due respect, that mindset is exactly the problem. We are seeing the consequences of that belief play out again. Trustee Peraza is being publicly attacked for voicing concerns brought forward by parents about La Mirada special education program. She didn't accuse anybody. She simply asked for accountability before celebration. And somehow, that has become controversial. Let me ask this. Why are we so afraid of shining a light on potential wrongdoing? Why are we more concerned with protecting the reputation of the district than we are with protecting the rights of parents or the experiences of students in special education who are not being served properly? President Anaya, you said that focusing on corruption holds us back, but I say the opposite is true. Ignoring corruption is what keeps a district from moving forward. Just because a complaint hasn't gone through due process doesn't mean it should be brushed aside. Parents are raising legitimate concerns and they deserve to be heard, not dismissed, and certainly not disrespected. If the board chooses to ignore complaints just because they're uncomfortable or politically inconvenient, then what message are you sending to the public? That only staff matter, not families. Trustee Peraza is doing her job. She's representing the public and standing up for transparency, something every elected official should do. Silencing her for that is not just wrong, it confirms that this district would rather pretend everything's fine than face the truth. So I'll close with, let's stop twisting words, let's stop defending systems instead of students, and let's start taking corruption and community concerns seriously, because we can't afford not to. Thank you very much.
Karina Robles, public comment. Usted va a hablar en español.
Someone gonna translate?
Simultaneous translation.
Oh, from the back? Not
You have
out
to get-
loud?
You have to get it outside.
Oh, okay.
So if I may just say, by being simultaneous, you need to ask for a headset, so if you don't ask for
No,
a
I'm just
headset.
asking, yeah.
Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva, superintendente Gina Potter, miembros de la comunidad. Estoy aquí esta noche porque nuestro distrito escolar continúa enfrentando los mismos problemas graves y muchos de los padres y miembros de la comunidad estamos más que cansados. Primero, la seguridad de nuestras escuelas. Solicitamos urgentemente la instalación de cámaras en todos los planteles y en particular la escuela primaria Willow y San Isidro Miró. En estas dos escuelas han ocurrido varios casos de bullying y agresión física, peleas entre estudiantes y casos de personas ajenas a la escuela siguiendo y acosando a nuestros niños. Estos problemas se han reportado al distrito, al señor Íñiguez, al señor Bojorquez, pero aún no se han resuelto. Por eso pedimos urgentemente al señor Íñiguez, los miembros de la mesa directiva, superintendente Gina Powder y al señor Bojorquez que tomen en consideración la gran necesidad de instalar cámaras en nuestras escuelas para garantizar la seguridad de nuestros hijos y la tranquilidad de los padres. Segundo, el trato hacia la fideicomisaria Kenia Peraza y hacia la representante y defensora Lisa Yegui. La señora Kenia Peraza fue electa por la comunidad y las familias para impulsar la transparencia, los derechos de los estudiantes y la inclusión. En reuniones recientes ha sido evidente el trato hacia ella, el sarcasmo, los comentarios atacantes e incluso burlescos. Ella ha sido ignorada con frases y gestos de parte de esta mesa directiva. Ese comportamiento es inaceptable. Pedimos un alto a estos comportamientos y que se respete su voz. Más y más familias ahora están poniendo atención y están siendo informadas de lo que está pasando en este distrito, al igual que los medios de comunicación, porque no es justo que se hable de pólizas, unidades, es lo contrario. Los padres de
If we feel that the disrespect continues by the district, we will be back. Now, just a clarification, there wasn't a formal invitation. And to say that the union hasn't helped us or hasn't helped you all in transportation, most of transportation would have been out of a job in 2020 during COVID. Yes. They were not going not to everybody's job to continue making an effect. I thought we're going through an alphabetical order as.
No, I get to choose who speaks.
I'm sorry for everybody.
You know, I'll choose our second, Ms. Chavez, are you ready?
Hello, everyone. I will be very brief in my remarks today. I want to thank everybody in the audience for coming. Parents, CSEA, thank you very much for being here and voicing your concerns. Transportation, thank you for being here and voicing your concerns as well. I don't know if being there, but it's going to be very brief in my remarks, so thank you.
I have everybody here, we're gonna talk about this during each item, but if we can talk about it right now, that everybody's here, that will leave. So I just wanna make one, well, first of all, I went to many promotions in the district. Thank you, every school for inviting us. I went to Willow promotion. I went to Sunset, I went to, Navidad, of course, is my son also graduated. And, also Vista and Maya, all of them were great. So I'm gonna first talk about, item 13.11. Which is first reading and adoption of revised administrative regulations, 1000 As a duly elected trustee of the Ysidro School District, I have a solemn responsibility to uphold transparency, accountability, and accessibility in every policy decision that comes before this board. Under careful consideration, I am voting no, we'll vote later, on today's proposed item because I believe it fails to meet these core principles. My decision is based on the following concerns: lack of transparency in presentation and process. The policy in question is embedded within a 64-page document containing numerous unrelated items such as packaging severely limits the public and even the board's ability to have a fully understand of what is being approved. Policies of significant importance, such as those involving uniform complaint procedures, UCP, deserve standalone call and label it vote, not to be buried within an extensive package. I am also seeking for the next item in the agenda, which is 13.12 for the 19,000 students. What I also have to say for that item. And we keep going with 13.11, public access and Brown Act concerns. This approach undermines the intent of the Brown Act, which exists to ensure open accessibility governance, specifically insufficient clarity and notice around this policy-specific provision. No clearly defined opportunity for public comment of the proposed changes. The public deserves not just notification, but meaningful participation in the formation and revision of policies that affect their rights. 3. Accountability issues within compliance procedures. Key elements of the proposed policies raise serious concern. The language permits internal reassignment of compliance officers without clearly defined public criteria, which opens the door to perceived or actual bias and inconsistent application. Complaints against compliance officers are reviewed solely by the superintendent with no independent oversight or external check to ensure impartiality. The board reserves the discretion to not hear appeals effectively, making the compliance officer's decision final is in such cases. Limiting pathways for redress if complaints feel the process slow down. There's vagueness in remedies and corrective actions. Several provisions rely on vague or overly discretionary language such as may consider or not limited to. While flexibility is important, it must be balanced with clear guiding principles and examples that ensure equity, consistency, and public trust in how the policy will be implemented. Procedural limitations and barriers to justice. Additional concerns include strict limitations on anonymous complaints, which are only permitted in narrow circumstances, potentially discouraging victims from coming forward. A 6-month reporting window for discrimination and harassment cases, which may not allow sufficient time for individuals, especially those experiencing trauma, to process events and gather supporting evidence. Potential delays in resolution through mediation, which thought voluntarily, and extend the timeline with written agreement, risking erosion of time justice. In summary, this is not a vote against the importance of uniform complaint policy. Rather, it is a vote in favor of transparency, community trust, and meaningful accountability. A policy that is vital must be brought forward clearly, definitely, and with robust opportunity for public review and engagement. Until such standards are met, I cannot in good conscience support its adoption in its current form. That's just for 3.12. And for 13.12, that was for 13.11. And for 13.12, which is first reading and adoption of revised board bylaws and exhibits 9, specifically talking about board bylaws 92, the role limits on board member authority. So there's in this one item, there's any bylaws that we need to approve. So to approve, we need to vote on all of the bylaws that are being revised. And so in advance, I want who drafted this specific red lines on page 362. What was this review by legal counsel for
Yes, these items need to be discussed during the agenda. I am only getting them.
It's part of my public comment.
She can make the comment, but the thing is, we can't
Oh, no,
address
no.
it until we reach that night.
Oh, no, these
But she can
questions
say.
are in advance, that's what I'm saying, so you can think about it. And, to finish my question, was this reviewed by legal counsel for alignment with backup for the First Amendment? Is there a CSDA sample policy that supports this kind of language? Or are we the party from an example? As a duty, as a duly elected trustee, I believe deeply in transparency and accountability, not just from staff, but from this board itself. That is why, for the full record, and because I believe in being transparent with my community, I will be voting no. Unless the board, works with me in some of my requests. To be clear, the proposed modifications to bylaw 9,200 limits of board member authority do not appear to be routine updates or standard recommendations from the California School Boards Association, rather like the other ones that are with that same item. Rather, they seem to be direct response to the way I have exercised my responsibilities as a board member. And they raise serious concern about efforts to limit my ability to hold the district accountable in service of the community I was elected to represent. Here's why. Agenda item first. So I submitted multiple requests to place items and proposals on the agenda. And then first, I was told I couldn't submit them the day before a meeting. Then I was told it had to be 72 hours before the agenda was posted. I followed that. Then the requirement changed again to 2 weeks in advance. I complied every time, but still nothing. Now, you're changing the bylaw to formalize this delay. Instead of honoring my efforts, my requests were discussed and dismissed behind closed doors. This isn't about process, it's about control. Research-based proposals and overwhelming staff. They claim I overwhelm staff by asking too many questions. In reality, I ask what is necessary to make informed decisions. I prepare truthfully and reviewing hundreds of pages, sometimes over 1,000, with only 72 hours notice. I submit my questions early, yet now they want to require majority approval just to get information or request reports. That's not good governance, it's obstruction. I simply advocated for exploring Ysidro potential cityhood as a way to generate long-term revenue for our schools. Instead of engaging in dialogue, they label it out jurisdiction. But I was elected to represent my community. Just because something is bold doesn't mean it's beyond my responsibilities. I continue to face retaliation for speaking at La Miradas Elementary, where I stood up for parents who voiced serious concerns about certain special education staff. I didn't and couldn't reveal any confidential complaints, since I don't have access to that information due to the student privacy law. Board members don't have access to that information. I share my own lived experience and echo what families told me. Instead of addressing real issues, I was targeted for speaking honestly. Now, thank you very much. Photography and public communication, I also want to be clear. They added vague language about photography and video, even thought every picture I've taken during school visits was with superintendent's permission and sent to the district for the highlight. This isn't about photos, it's about silencing public engagement. There's some key legal facts about this,
Acting that well.
First,
I hooked up this microphone. It's much more reliable.
public officials cannot be barred from referencing matters of public concern in public forum. The Brown Act, governing code 5495.3 guarantees the public right to government bodies and ensure board members can receive that input. Can we keep dignity without shutting down discourse? Yes. Yes, we can. You can't stop someone from speaking through truth to power, but you can regulate how that happens for fairness, not fear. We're not here to control what people say, we're here to protect how systems respond. We can promote civility, but not at the cost of free speech. Governance isn't just leadership, it's law. The public or board members aren't the problem. Lack of access is. When families feel silenced and board members are silenced too, we don't create order, we create outrage. This isn't about being adversarial. It's about staying accessible, responsive, and legally sound. We are a free speech country, and the moment we tell families that they can't speak and then their board members, they can't speak either, we've lost the very purpose of public service. Let's revise this policy. Let's preserve dignity without sacrificing democracy. And here are my requests. I request legal review before adoption. This language may expose the district to constitutional and public access violation. If families can speak and board members can speak, who's left holding the truth? We are a free speech country, like I said, and we can't build community through silence. Let's fix this policy before it breaks public trust. And finally, my final request is for my fellow board members to vote no on this item, or to separate it from the other bylaws that are being modified, and then vote no. We were elected to lead, not to punish those who raise concerns on behalf of the public we represent. Let's choose accountability, transparency, and a better future for San Ysidro. We were elected to lead, not to punish each other for asking the hard questions. So my vote for that item will be no. Thank you.
I want to first acknowledge our bond committee, Macedo, and the rest I know they just left. It's a big responsibility, and I thank them for it, because if we didn't have it gone past, with their help, if they're checking and being responsible to make sure why we have it and what we use it for, we wouldn't be able to do a lot of things that we've been able to do. And of course, a bond tells you what you can spend the money on. And I don't think a lot of people know that. But I want to thank them because it is a lot of time that they spend on it. I just want to say thank you for CCA being here. And I know you members are the backbone of our district. I know that because I was once a classified employee also. And I know right now we're all struggling, and I know there's a need, but we are listening, and we are working with our part of the district. So sometimes it may take a little more time, but we know that you are more than eligible should be. And I think that, lots of times we don't have that power to bring more money in or to use that money where we want to use it. But I know that it's hard for all of you, and I respect that, but I want to thank you for being here. Also, I want to thank Alice for what she's done, Women's Club, which I'm a part of also. They work very hard in bringing the Bear for Kids every year, and it's not easy. So maybe a lot of you that live here and want to join the Women's Club should join. But we need a lot of young people involved. The other thing is, I hear what you say as parents, or maybe not parents, but from the community. But I also want to say that we've always been a family. And yes, we're not perfect. But the thing is that we have to sit and listen and work with each other. And lots of times we take our own opinion first about what we want. Sometimes we're not able to. But I just want to say that we hear you, we do. And it does hurt us to hear what we have to make decisions on, not because we want to, but there are, I don't think you understand, that there are state and federal laws that keep us from actually doing a lot of things. And we're not other districts that are bigger, we're smaller, if you know San Ysidro. But I want to tell you that we know the road that you guys are in, and we're in the same situation. Everything's gone up, your gas, your rent, your food. So I think that, I just want to say that we understand that. It just takes time. It does take time. But I know that sometimes you may think we don't have the time. And I want to say that this year I wasn't able to go to the graduations. I wish I would have because of my health. But not because I wouldn't, but I miss it. Because I love to see what our kids in our community are smart kids. No matter if they're special ed or kindergarten or TK, our kids have that ability, and we see it when we visit the schools. We see how productive they become and how energetic, and it's good to see that because it tells us that our staff are doing good. Our staff are here to help these children, especially the most needed. But also, I want to say, I hope that we can get together and sit and be able to understand each other better. And I know that the rest of the board has been here for the same reason, trying to help, trying to see, trying to communicate with all. But I also want to thank management. It's not easy for them, and it's not easy for our management team to be able to work and resolve problems. And also, I think that we need to look at what we've done. We have done a lot of good things, thanks to not only the people who vote in our community, because those bonds, if it wouldn't have been passed, it wouldn't have been, it's only because of them. That's why we need to work together with all the community, all of us. But also, I want to say that it's not easy, and it's going to be even harder now with this new administration of our government that's caused a lot of chaos, caused a lot of stress, and we don't know where we're going to stand for the next couple of months if we're going to keep having money coming to our district, federal and state, But you know, a lot of you know that that money, our TK, our preschool, or even our classified, that money is very important for us to remain on the job. So I hope that we can resolve and work together and understand each other. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I want all of us to do me a big favor. Let's stand up straight, everyone, and just follow me. Let's take a deep breath, and let's breathe out. Now, I thought about what I was going to say, and I was going to keep it short, and I will keep it relatively short. I'm first going to address just basic things that I normally talk about every month, and then I'll talk about CSEA, transportation, and about the importance of working together, all of us. So first of all, I want to congratulate everyone that was involved, from CSEA, the teachers, to our admin team, for setting up all the promotions. I want to give all of us a round of applause because and I'm mindful of what it takes, and I don't take it for granted, that CSEA is the one setting up everything, and we just walk in. I'm mindful of that. I'm mindful that CSEA is the one really keeping our district alive and well. I'm aware of that. From transportation to everyone. And in my opinion, I'm also mindful that we're all working together for the best purpose, which is to ensure every student in our district gets the best quality education. I know each and every one of you that are here with our team have the same goal as everyone else, which is to provide that quality education. Many of us have been doing it for decades. And here's the reality of it. This country, our country, is being torn apart. Hatred is everywhere. Families are being separated. Hatred and bigotry and things that I considered, and I grew up with my grandma, my grandparents, who taught me dignity and respect for people. Doesn't matter who you are. Love, compassion, empathy. Doesn't matter what your documented status is or what color you are, or if you're LGBTQ+, or whoever you are. Everyone deserves respect, dignity, and unfortunately, the values of this country, it just breaks my heart, knowing that the hatred that's everywhere. It's sometimes overwhelming. I wake up every day wondering where we're going to go next, whether or not we're going to go to World War III, when in reality, we all should be working towards the same goal. So, on that note, we took our deep breaths. Let's do when I was a kid, my nanny bought me a Super Nintendo, and I used to play Mario a lot. And when I didn't successfully complete like a mission, I'd reset, like a soft reset. That way it doesn't take me back from the beginning. It just sets me up for that particular. Let's do a soft reset, everyone. Let's all come together. I'm directing staff, our admin team. Let's meet with CSEA in good faith. Let's see what we can do to all come together as one, because ultimately that's what's needed. And I know we're going to have our differences, but the reality is we all have to be on the same team. And I'm going to try as long as I'm here to ensure we're all on the same team and we're all working together. But on that note, I just want to say thank you for everyone that came in and spoke today. Let's again do that little soft reset. Let's not start from the beginning. Let's start from the, so that way it's not, you don't have to work from the beginning. But I know that with conversation, with communication, and with respect, we can get to a positive conclusion. So I just want to say that. I want to say, everyone who's here today, I hope you have a wonderful summer break. Hope you do something fun. It's getting a little bit hot out there, so hopefully you do some fun activities before we start in the next school year. I just want to say that. Thank you, everyone, and let's continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. You said many of the things I was thinking about during our meeting.
Again, I want to thank everybody. It's always great to have a full boardroom. And I feel that in the last few years, we have had a lot of community input. We've had a lot of people come to our board meetings. And we're very grateful that the community is involved because your presence is saying something very important about our community. Our community truly cares about our school. And being a smaller district, smaller community, everybody seems to know everybody and everybody seems to be able to read everybody's minds. So that part, I think, you guys are, people are magicians. I want to know how to get there and think about how people's minds think. So maybe we'll be able to approach things a little differently. As an educator here and having lived here for 40 years now in this community, I've seen many things, and I really do truly know that we are in a better place, but we have so much that we can improve. And I know it's not easy, and I know that for a fact, CSCA, you've always been team partners with teachers unions. If we didn't have children in this community, if people decided tomorrow that they just don't want to have kids so they don't have to live in the world that we're now facing, none of us would have a job. This community would probably tear down these schools and build a bunch of condos. But we do have children, and we do care about them, genuinely. And many of us have had our children in this district. That shows trust. That shows that we truly know and value the education that is taking place in this community, the loving, the care. I remember being at Sunset and always having the support of just hundreds of parents, thousands, because I taught there for many years. They would feed me because they would think I didn't eat enough probably, because they'd see me running around or going home late. Or they sent tamales home so I could feed my family. They're watching. They're looking at us. And now with social media and technology, it's great that they could see us. Our last board meeting had more than 400 views. That's powerful for the community to truly be in sync with our board meetings and want to know what's going on. And it's not that they didn't want to know before. They've always been involved. It's just things sometimes change. We had a huge, serious, scary pandemic, and it did affect our children. And it does worry me what's going on in the world, because with social media, even a 7-year-old can know what's going on in the world. It's scary. It's scary for adults. It's scary for them. And I feel that we're going to go back to those times where we're truly going to have to put some money on mental health for the children, because they're watching. They're watching the grown-ups. They're watching decisions that are affecting their grandma, their abuelito. What's happening in Los Angeles is really scary. And it could happen here. And we need to make sure we have a plan for our parents, so that our children always are in a safe place. And they don't have to worry about what the world is doing right now. All they have to worry about is that door that's going to open opportunities for them and education. So I truly believe in the system that we have in San Ysidro, and there's many times that we may be accused of things, but there are many things you don't know that we cannot disclose. There are Privacy Act laws, and we, as taking our oath as board members, we need to follow those, rules or policies. We are not allowed to violate them, then we shouldn't be voted into this position, which is critical. So please understand, there are laws that prohibit us from sharing some things that cannot be shared in public. Another thing is that I like what Mr. Martinez says, let's all take a breath, because if we as adults don't set as role models how to behave as adults, then how do we expect our children? They learn by watching. They hear and they say what they hear. And it isn't easy. Everybody has freedom of speech, but for you to attack, like some of us have never attacked you or anybody else. And we have proof. We're always live now. So let's not go there. This is not what San Ysidro is. San Ysidro is better than that. And again, I know because I've been living here for a long time. And I know this is where I'm gonna die, in San Ysidro. So we have to really respect the work of all people who are only trying to do what's best by the children. So on that note, I just want to say that the promotions that I attended were just so inspiring. The joys of the family, I mean, there were family members that said they lined up 2 hours before the promotion started. 2 hours. And when those doors opened, it was just like exciting, like everybody ran to get chairs. And no matter where you sat, they had a perfect view. Because a lot of people here from CSEA made sure that it was perfect. No, it rained and nobody cared. They kept drawing the chairs so that we wouldn't sit down on wet chairs and we couldn't compete with the rain. Mother Nature had a moment and it said, this is when it's going to rain. And the kids did not care because they were so excited. I could hear them whispering as they came up to get their diplomas. I'm so excited. They were shaking. When we were shaking their hands were shaking. And I'd say, are you okay? They said, I'm so excited. And I'm scared. I'm scared to go to high school. And I love that they were able to express that. It's a normal fear. I was paranoid to go to high school. I was told I might not come out alive from Harville High School in East Los Angeles. Here I am, living. And I'm going to be going back soon to celebrate the 100th anniversary of that school. And have been asked to be on one of the floats that they're going to have to promote the 100 years. If that might be from American Yes. So anyhow, that excitement of the children that I witnessed, when they get that hard-earned diploma, and for a lot of kids, it's not easy to get those A's. Even the kid that got the D, after struggling with that F month after month, it was delightful for them because they knew that they could do it. And we gave them words of encouragement. Never stop believing in themselves. Because when they stop believing in themselves, when we stop showing them that we care about them, they're not going to want to try anymore. So we really cherish the opportunity to celebrate the accomplishment of learning throughout the years. That milestone was so important for so many parents. I was at SMINE. I couldn't go to all the promotions this year. I got very, very sick right before, so I was able to make the SMINE and the middle schools. The class of 2017 that I witnessed receiving their promotion certificates were my class 2017 in kindergarten, in 2017. And in kindergarten, those of you who knew me, you knew the big pachanga that Ms. Zaragoza and I used to throw, the dances and the tributes to the families and the children. And we always wrote, you are the future class of 2025. And I even used to think, ooh, 2025. 2025 got here faster than we would believe. I was honored that the keynote speakers were children from that program in kindergarten, Ms. Zaragoza and my class. Our dual language program, which we've had for forever, since it changed. Bilingual program, maintenance program, and then it became dual language. And so we've been working for dual language for years and years. I've been going to CABE for 50 years. So I know the research, and I've been a big advocate for that in this community. And there is a history why La Mirada is English only, but I can't go into it now because I know it would take a long time. But those of you who think that we don't want it because we don't want it, do some research and you'll find out. There are parents, we must provide their choice. And their choice is English only. And they have that right as well. So, and then I had the class of 2019 kindergarten, those were the 6th graders. So it was really nice to be able to see these children grown up, speaking about their future, and really looking back at their years in San Ysidro. Because they've been here, they trust our school system. Their parents have been involved in all the ways that they possibly can, and they welcome more opportunities, and that is something we're going to continue giving parents. Opportunities to learn, to know how to get involved for all children. All children. So I just want to say that everyone worked very hard 2024, 2025. The years, as you all know, once you hit 30, you can't look back because you just feel the years are going by so fast. And they truly do. They do go back really fast. And I just want to say that without the children, none of us would be here. But the teachers, CSDA, all the work that you do to provide that environment for our children, all our aides that support the teachers. But I may be biased because I was a teacher for 40 years, but I want to thank the teachers. I know they're getting recharged. They have been compared to cell phones, and now's the time that they're charging their battery. Because as an educator, as everybody who works in a district, you need to recharge. However you find it best for you. And I always thought of this book. It was given to me 6 times by a student. I have 6 copies. And this is one from a student who will be a 9th grader next year. And you can see kindergarten writing, this is part, but I just want to share because I want to thank. But when I say teacher, it's not just teacher. It's cabinet, CSCA, our bus drivers, the parents who are involved in all the committees to improve the education of your children, the board, our superintendent, and any and everybody who's affiliated with San Ysidro School District. So with the word teacher, you go ahead and put the word that you feel you need to. But in my case, I'm going to say teacher. Because bottom line, this is why we're here for the children and to be grateful for everyone who cares. This is a profession a lot of people don't want to get involved in anymore. Nobody wants to be a teacher. But we have to instill that it is one of the greatest professions in the United States of America. Because I had a teacher, I love to learn. I discovered that I can do much more than I could. I realize it's okay when some things are harder than others. I found the challenges can be fun. Because I had a teacher, I discovered that there are lots of ways of being smart. And I know that mistakes are just part of getting it right. I realized that some of the hardest things for me to do make me feel the proudest. Because I had a teacher, I know how good it feels when someone is happy to see me. And Erika, you were one of my students when you were little, and I'm so proud to see you here. Thank you. And so I just want to thank everybody, all our principals that are here tonight. I know it's a long night, but when we all leave here today, everybody needs to rest, refresh, and think about how you want to continue being a part of a district that only wants the best for our children. Thank you.
Madam President, I'd just like to acknowledge that one fellow board member is in the audience. Well, she was, Raquel Marquez Maiden, who was our board member for 8 years. So I know she left, I just want to acknowledge that she was here.
Good evening, everyone, and just want to start and say thank you for attending our end-of-year board meeting. And I warmly welcome all of you, and I'm grateful to see all of you, particularly because I have this wonderful opportunity to say thank you, right? To thank you for having a truly remarkable school year for our students. And without each and every one of you, that would not have happened. And so if you were not aware, because of you, our students had a numerous number of successes this year, and it was because of your hard work that helped elevate the success of our students. So I'll share with you, well, first I'll say thank you to all of our classified staff members. When I was, gosh, I was trying to remember the time, I was 19 years old, and one of my very first jobs was to be a classified staff member in Oakland Unified School District as an instructional aide, who at the time we were called academic mentors. And I have to tell you, I fell in love with working with students and being an educator. And I also know how very, very hard each and every one of you works. So for the opportunities that you've had to show me how hard it is to be a bus driver, I think I've ridden in your buses and you've shown me almost all of your routes. Shout out to our drivers. Thank you so much for doing that. There's no way I could drive a bus that feels like it's 100 feet long. I think I bumped into the poles on the sides. So thank you for letting me ride in the buses and showing me how hard your job is. For the IMRAs and our custodians and our maintenance workers that are in the house, my gosh, our schools shine and shimmer because of you. And I just want to thank you because every time I go to your schools are truly amazing. So for you to come out on a summer night to join our board meeting, that says a lot. So I want you to know that our team, our board and I, we are listening to you. We care deeply about you, and we want you to be well because you're an extremely important part of our San Ysidro family. I thought I saw one of your new representatives, but he's way in the back, Mr. Leo Good. Just wanted to do a shout out. Is he still there? He's like 2 feet taller than me. I know I could see that. To my 5'1". Mr. Good. One moment. Very good. By way of introduction, our classified staff, they have a new regional representative, and I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Leo Good. Thank you for joining our San Ysidro family, Mr. Good.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
We welcome you. Fernanda, I listened to your words and I wasn't fully aware of some of the scheduling concerns. I am sorry, and I'll work very hard to fix that. I just want you to know. To our Bond Oversight Committee Chair, Mr. Ysidro, you've been our chair for many years now. Thank you for your leadership of our Bond Oversight Committee. Thank you for your time and dedication. Thank you for your belief in our district to do an outstanding job with the GO bonds in our district. So I just want to say thank you so much to you and your Bond Oversight Committee colleagues. One is still left in the room right here. Would you please give them a clap? You know, I was a little girl when my family moved here. We moved to South San Diego County. And I think I was 5 years old at the time, just started kindergarten. And I grew up between the cities of San Ysidro and Imperial Beach. And the reason I share that with you is because as what my sisters and I call a South Bay girl, we are South Bay girls. I have 2 younger sisters, so we say we're a trio of South Bay girls. I want to tell you how important our school was. If it weren't for the classified staff, if it weren't for our teachers, in South San Diego, our principals and our educators and the board member leaders, my sisters and I would not have succeeded in life. So I want to say thank you for all that you've done to help the children of today, the children of yesterday like me, and to help the children of the future. Thank you so very, very much. And with that, I'll stop because we have many presentations, and I would like for Mr. Ysidro to have an opportunity to share the Bond Oversight Committee annual report.
Number 12, conference session. I would now like to call up our Chief Business Official, Marion Adrianson, and Citizen Bond Oversight Committee, Ricardo Ysidro, Chair, to present the 2024-25 Citizen Bond Oversight Committee Annual Report.
Here or here? You're ready. So it doesn't matter yet.
I want to welcome Mr. Ysidro, our website committee chair. He has been with us since 2020. Yeah, the beginning. Thank you, Mr. Ysidro.
Good evening, board, company board members, and also superintendent. Yes, as he said, my name is Ricardo Marcel. I'm the board chair for the Bond Oversight Committee, here to provide you the annual report. So just to let you know, I will not be reading from the slides. Okay, we're not going to be reading from the slides. We're going to be giving you an oversight, just summary of what we've done in the last 12 months since our last report. So what you moved on? Yeah. Is it correct? Okay. This is just some background information of Measure T and U. Again, I'm not going to read it. It's going to be just this is what funds when they were raised. Then we moved on. This is going to be the additional sort of information regarding the Measure T, when it was approved, 70% of Ysidro voters approved it. Series A was raised in September 17th. Total amount of 50.8 million. Then another Series B was issued on August 1st, 2023 at 15 million. And the final issue was this year of 22.1. Measure U is the other measure that was approved by the district. As I mentioned, I'm not going to be reading the details of this. And now we're coming into the numbers. As of last time, we were missing one senior citizen organization member. We have just thankfully that was the only I'm going to say finding we had from the last audit. We now have Nancy Kerwin. We could thank actually Laura's attorney for that. Just to let you know, we have a full slate of members in the committee now. We're fully let's see, all the slots have been filled. No issues noted. Our responsibilities are itemized here on the slide. We need to meet at least 3 times in the fiscal year. We met 4 times this last fiscal year. We read the expenditures reports as according per state law. These are the dates that we met last fiscal year, itemized from the 24 August to the most recent one as of today. These are just the minutes from our agenda meeting from August, starting August 2024. Scroll through. January 16, 2025, until March. We had a special meeting on April 23rd, 2025, where we did visit our rural schools. And we saw some of the improvements that were made, specifically security, cameras were installed. The other things that were actually happening at that point in time was on the curves on, I believe is it, on the curve, they were installing some security guards close, so that there's been a lot of car accidents that would go through the fencing. So now that we were there, we actually saw them installing that. So just know that, and that's part of the bond issuance sort of funds. Again, we've already mentioned this before, that we just be very proud that we do have an A+ on the bond oversight, on the transparency. The County Tax Association, rating us. This is just very important. I think everybody should be very proud of this. So the rating, we were the only other school district besides the other 8 that were listed. And this is just. I also want to mention that in the financial audit provided by Wilkinson, Hadley & King, an independent auditing firm, provided an audit with no findings whatsoever. Again, this is what you want to see on an audit. You want to keep boring. Boring is good when you're talking about finances. So this is a very good thing. And we also noted that the CUSD vacancy was small. With that, any questions?
Mr. Macedo, I just want to sincerely thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm pretty sure my fellow board members feel the same. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for being there. It's a volunteer position. You're not getting paid for this. So thank you for taking that leadership role and ensuring that the success that we have is done. And really, it's your success and it's Maryland's success. I just want to applaud you for everything.
Thank you very much. We've been done without the action I just want to say thank you very much. We also want to stress that staff has always been very kind when we ask for expense reports. We provide everything that we want to see in walks with the schools. They provided that to us. There's been nothing held back, and we've got great to work with. Any other questions or comments?
Dr. Potter has a comment. Mr. Macedo, I also want to sincerely thank you again for your leadership of the Bond Oversight Committee. I know that the one slide indicated that your team earned an A+ for the Bond Transparency Report Card. I've looked back, you also earned an A+ last year under your leadership and the leadership of Marilyn and the business team and your Bond Oversight Committee members as well. So it appears to me that you keep getting A's. So thank you so much for having outstanding audits and A's for your transparency of the bond measures and the projects that the district has been working on. For the district, we very much appreciate it. Also, a special thanks for recruiting Nancy Kerwin. It's my understanding that she's a retired educational leader from Chula Vista Elementary School District. My recollection is that she used to run their preschool departments and all of their preschools across all their schools in the district. So what a win for San Ysidro School District for your team to recruit her. So an outstanding, an exceptional job under your leadership. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. It couldn't happen without the other committee members and also staff that recruited sort of senior citizens that we've been longing. I know there was a lot of outreach to make sure we work with the community to let them know, hey, there's a spot that we need filled. Trust me, we went out many times. Emails went out many times. It is harder than you think to want to get people to volunteer, right? This is a volunteer position. We don't get paid. We do it because we love it. And I live in this community. I've been a long resident of this community. And I just love it. I want to see it grow. Get better. Thank you.
I would now like to call up our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Leadership and Pupil Services, Mr. Borges, to present the annual update for the California Dashboard, local indicators for presentation.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Potter, distinguished guests. I want to first, before I start, thank a few people, Ms. Rodriguez, for preparing this report. She's actually couldn't be here. She's about to board an airplane to go to Aruba.
Excellent.
Have a contact with the
Can we join her, or is that too long?
She's been held back unless you have some questions you know. So, but she's actually observing the board presentation. Also want to thank all classified and certificated and district personnel, but because without them, we couldn't have met another year meeting all the local indicators for the California Dashboard. Having said that, the California Dashboard Accountability provides a model information relating how districts and schools are making progress to meet the needs of a diverse student population. The accountability dashboard measures performance of state priorities. It 6 state indicators and 5 local indicators. As you can see from the slide, we have priority 1, basic conditions, implementation of academic standards, and priority 2, Priority 3, parent engagement. Priority 7, school climate, and priority, 6, and priority 7, access to a broad course of study. All this information is available in the California dashboard, so we're required to present it to the board before it becomes public in the dashboard. And the criteria to measure each of these priorities is a threefold. Either met, not met, or not met 2 or more years. Priority 1, basic conditions, addresses teachers, misassignment of teachers in the classrooms of English learners. And for the 24-25 school year, we have teacher misassignments 0. We have 2 vacancies at the beginning of the school year that were subsequently filled for those vacancies. In terms of books, it looks into our students having access to standard-based aligned instruction materials, which the board approves the instruction materials for the academic year. And then in terms of facilities, identifying instances where facilities did not meet a good repair standard. So basic condition 1 was a miss. On the next priorities, is determined, like I mentioned, either met or not met. There's a lot of information that comes into making those determinations. Implementation, academic standards, professional development, it was met. We had trainings in English language arts, English language development, trainings by our special education department, through the special education department and through SELPA, all in mathematics through the San Diego County Office of Ed, through CABE, and we continue to work in those areas. Priority 2, implementation of academic standards, availability of aligned materials. It was met. And this has to do with the district adopted materials, specifically the materials that are adopted to be used in the classrooms. Every single time there's a request for supplemental materials, they're reviewed at the district level, education department, through the Director of Educational Services, Ms. Rodriguez, and myself. ELD, standards aligned materials, mathematics, Common Core, and next generation in history and social science. So this priority was met. Implementation of academic standards, policies, and programs. We follow the EL RISE for the EL roadmap presented by the San Diego County Office of Ed, Department of Education. We are aligned to the ELD alignment standards, as well as in math and language arts, and the next generation in social science standards. For social science standards, you know that there's 3X. We're in our 3rd year in implementation. So next year we'll be fully implemented in that area. And in mathematics, in November, they're going to be reviewing math programs for adoption. So we're looking to start the process for mathematics in approximately 2 years from now. Academic standards support teachers and administrators. We continue to work with our teachers and administrators for professional development, providing trainings during management meetings, ILTs, walkthroughs throughout the year. The visual performing arts standards, what you see there is a 3 because we have it right now under the Innovación program, and we're working to implement the Proposition 28. So all our schools will have access to arts and music support for that. Parent engagement, promoting parent participation, an ongoing process to keep reinforcing our engagement with the parents and providing opportunities for that. Some of the trainings provided, trauma-informed customer service to our staff. During we had secretary meetings to address customer service, our OC meetings to address customer service and to be able to reach and provide parents with opportunities. Parent contact, Title I meetings, TLAC, LPAC, opportunities for feedback and engagement to our parents. Priority 3 met in this area. Again, this is another update of the previous slide, promoting parent participation, building partnership for students' outcomes. And again, this is an ongoing process. There's always a room for growth, there's always a room for improvement, and we continue to work on following those guidelines and also taking into consideration the feedback provided by our parents and community members. Again, this priority, it was met based for the 24-25 school year. Parent engagement program promoting parent participation. We continue with that with surveys, LCAP parent feedback, federal addendum, which is going to be presented as well. And school site council, ELAC meetings, schools like that, and also copy with the principal. Moving forward, priority C for engagement process for promoting parent participation. During this school year, we had parent 3 days. We have 120 parents graduated from PICA this year. Back to school night, 1,715 parents participated. Open house, 1,376 parents participated. In Title I meetings, 1,159 parents participated in those programs. The district was able to offer parent English classes at the district office, a parent center, leadership promotion workshops with free books giveaway. We have screening from the San Diego Health Center dental program, dinosaur school. It's also a low-cost computer and internet program. Self-taught special education. So in terms of promoting parent participation, like I mentioned, we continue to work on this and we continue to look for ways to improve. Seeking input from parents and guardians in school district decision making. Some of the areas where we have provided those opportunities: the LCAP, DLAC, DPAC meetings, school site councils, parent volunteers, copy with the principal, and surveys that were provided to our parents and community members. School climate. The PBIs have been a very positive system. The positive behavioral intervention system has helped us to improve in the area of school climate. Training was provided to school sites, teachers, to committees involving the PBIs at each school site, and they're monthly monitored through our Ms. Denise Villescas, Coordinator of People Services. My service has been another area which have also provided us a lot of information to provide services to our students. California Healthy Kids survey, community partners. We have over 43 partners working with our district. What you see here is just a few of them. Priority 7, access to broad course to study. This is a series of questions that are presented to a district to address how do we make access to our students, to the curriculum, to the materials, to our ELD students, how we're addressing ELD students, how are we addressing our special education to be able to provide them access to the curriculum and the supports. So there's a lot of information in the following pages. We did met this requirement and continue to work to make it better. I strongly believe that there's always room for growth, and when we have reached that top, it's my time to leave. Any questions on this one?
Yeah, Mr. Buford. So the thing was at the end. So priority 7, access to. Sorry, you were going a little bit fast. When you mentioned IEPs for special education, where is it? In priority 7?
It's on priority 7. It's the page 17.
Okay. So can you explain a little bit more here? It says we brought the course for study.
Yeah, basically what it is how do we provide access to our students, right? So we're talking for special education students, the course diversity, making sure that they take their language arts, make sure they take their math, make sure that they, and for those students who are not English learners, that they have access to an elective, right? Making sure that the ELP designated time, they participate in that. Making sure that they take their science. So as a regular student, they have the right to have access to those courses. And this is part of making sure that, you know, they have access to a broad course of study. College and career readiness, electives, especially at the middle school level, for those students who are reclassified or through the Innovación program, that they have access to those opportunities. The path for graduation requirements, making sure that they have access to that. To me, having a student with an IEP doesn't mean that having a student cannot be successful.
Right, so it's aligned with topic.
I'm sorry?
It's aligned with topic, the appropriate.
Yeah.
So it says, there's tools used to track the extended to which all students have access to. What are those tools? How does it look like? How do they work? So they track the progress of each student?
So for Synergy program, we also have a Illuminate program that looks into, it's a system that.
Mr. Rodriguez, let's close the door because I think there might be a little distraction outside. I think this is an important thing.
So we have a SST process, IEP process by a course. The IEP process allows us to look into more in depth, right? But there's also what's going to the board today is a program called EduClimber, which will allow us to look in a single platform, look all the information and put them together. So that when we meet, we're able to see the grades, attendance, any issues or concerns, and we're being able to better make decisions. So right now we use sources from different sites and get them together to prepare for meetings, SSCs, or you know, other meetings that might be required to support the students at that.
You said we need room for growth, so that will be.
Well, I mean, I believe that we always have room for growth.
Right, so that's how we're attacking with this new tool that you're mentioning.
Well, it's just one of the tools. Definitely, as we move forward, you know, the communication, the coordination of services, transition of students from 6th grade to 7th grade, from 8th grade to 9th grade. So all of those are tools for allow our students to continue to access the curriculum and continue to grow.
Can you mention very quickly that tool that, the platform?
EduClimber, it's called EduClimber. It's one of your,
EduClimber.
yeah, it's one of your line items in the board agenda.
Oh, okay. Great. Thank you.
Mr.
Yes.
Or one question for you. So you mentioned that we have 43 community partners. And the question I have behind that is, what does it take for an organization or an entity to be considered a community partner?
Many of our community partners, we have MOUs, agreements with them. Others are volunteers, or others are working through, for example, Casa Familiar or Subway Community Services, the Innovaciones program. We have different organizations that come in and provide services to our students. It's a coordination of efforts. It's Veronica Medina is one of the persons who has contact with many of these communities to provide backpacks, to provide food. Los Angeles Chargers and San Diego Padres have been doing presentations and motivation. So one of our persons who have been here for many years, and I want to acknowledge Ms. Medina, does an awesome job getting, you know, organizations and working together to provide the services to our students and families.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for that. And the reason for the question was, you know, I feel like we're, like you said, there's always room for growth and there's always room for other folks to be the experts in the room. And one, I wanted to commend you for 43 partners. That's a great number. But in the spirit of room for growth, if we can grow that, that'd be great. I think there's a lot of entities out there that could really better our kids and better our community. And so, yeah, I mean, 50, 100.
We're always open to get partners that will make us better and can provide services.
Minus the LA Chargers.
Hey.
That's about the most controversial thing I'll say today.
And I could just add, Mr. Arias, Trustee Arias, that I guarantee you we have a lot more than 43. And I can tell you that there's no one that knows the community more in terms of community partnership than Vero. So I'm looking forward to her presentation.
Sorry, but they donate every month, they donate $900 of food.
No, I love it. That's why, that was the most controversial thing I was going to say.
Yes, and before they left San Diego, they were donating lots. I know they sponsored my moving kids through aerobics program for at least 10 years with thousands of dollars for our school in Aguinaldo. So I was very honored to be the lead recipient, but the children were the ones that got the benefit. So on page 6 and 7, I just want to ask or comment on the history, social science. We're now number 4, full implementation. So that means that that's like one of the latest adoptions for our history, social science, and I guess to get to 5, that would just mean to continue seeing the results and making sure that the teachers continue receiving professional development and to sustain it by continuing to provide resources that are usually considered supplemental, but I know that the district has always done a really great job in the school site councils at the school sites to make sure that the classes always have the supplementals, because when they sell you these programs that are adopted and approved by the state, they always add those extras, right? And you're like, well, don't show us that. As a teacher, I used to always say, don't show me that if we're not going to be in the package. And sometimes we can make some good deals with the companies, but I just want to commend all the other progress ratings. They're at full implementation, and we're sustaining the program the way they were designed to be implemented. And I understand one of the things that I was told as a beginning teacher is you never deny access to the core curriculum to children, because that's one of the things that is instilled in us at the university level, because there's many teachers who are very creative and they have their paid teachers have all these resources. They're good, but we always have to make sure, just because there are other resources that are good, that we don't deny our children access to the core curriculum. And I know that our district has always been number one, making sure with the leadership of the principals at the school that the core curriculum is always accessible to all our children, whether they are in an English-only program or a dual language program. Noting that in a dual language program, there are extra costs to purchase materials in Spanish. But thank you. The organization of this presentation is very clear, very understandable. I want to say thank you to you and Ms. Connie and all the other people involved in putting this presentation together. It's very important. The teachers understand it very well because they live it and implement it every day. The administrators understand it very well because they go and give support to staff. Even our support staff, they also receive training so that they can support the teachers and the children with these academic programs. So our children are very fortunate. Thank you very much.
Lord, is this shared with the staff at the schools?
We're going to be sharing this report with our principals in the Leadership Academy, and then they in turn will be sharing it with the
I think it's so important because it makes, I think it brings a lot more pride and strength at the school, especially when you have a school site council, you have parents involved, that's what's the point of being they feed into it, and you utilize that. And also the DLAC, DBAC, and the LCAP, they're all part of what makes this district become. And I'd like to have, us recognize the parents and the people that are involved in that, teachers, so you and your staff, I think it's not easy, and I see, you guys have really worked very hard, and for us to get those ratings, I mean, we're going there, we're getting there, and I think that's the most important thing, that parents need to see that we are accomplishing, and not go by what, sometimes things are said without really knowing. And I think that's why there's sometimes a lack of participation, or what I hear from parents. They don't want to be involved, and they're kind of afraid, now especially with all this stuff from the president. But I just want to say that, thank you, because I think that's real important. I think the class, not only the teachers at the school, but the parents have an idea of what really, it takes to do all this and to accomplish that, to see how much our kids have grown and become because of the support of the district, by administration, by teachers, by classified even, and even the administration here at the district office. It comes from here. So I'd like to thank everybody that's involved with this. Veronica even, she's done a great job, and we know that she's done a great job. People know her by name. Parents know her. Veronica, I know. So, thank you to all of you, because I think you've made this district even more united and stronger. But thank you for all the work and your ideas that you have brought as a principal. Like Mr. Urciaga, you guys have something special because you work in our community, you know our community, you brought those ideas, and now with more orgullo in the main office, so you can be mentors for others. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cortez, and it's an honor to be here.
I would now like to call up our superintendent, Dr. Gina Potter, to begin board workshop number 3, 2024-2025 State of the District End of the Year Review.
Madam President, can we take a 2-minute break just to get?
And is this where everybody else comes up with you? Okay. And also, she will be joined by cabinet and members of management team. We're going to take
Just 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Just need a quick dive.
2 minutos.
Madam President, we are live.
Thank you. Dr. Gina Potter will now give the presentation on the state of the district end of the year review.
Good evening, members of the board. It's my great honor with our team here this evening to provide to you our board workshop number 3, which is our end of year review. I will share with you it's been a fantastic year, many successes that and spotlights that we have to share with you this year. And the first, of course, is our governance team. So I want to thank you for leading our district. And it's just wonderful to have our team together. And I will let you know that thanks to Miguel, we have a current, properly aged photo of me this evening. I've been using the same one for 7 years. You now have the current one.
Me too.
Did you say you too?
Oh! I was 27 there.
Last year, this time, you chose the theme Transcend. And indeed, our district has transcended to new heights of success for our students, for our schools, and for our community. And we're very excited to share with you what those successes are. Our district's vision has been a powerful vision in our school district. Our focus and our shining star and North Star has been to provide a multicultural learning environment that promotes academic excellence, social responsibility, physical and emotional well-being for all of our very precious students that we serve. Our mission has been to provide a quality education and opportunity for all of our students to succeed. And now we have many slides of successes, and our colleagues are going to do our best to share those successes with you. I could not be more proud of our district, of our governance team, our leaders in our district, our classified staff, our teachers, all of our educators, because of all that they did this year for the students that we serve, the families, and to our community. So I have the honor to begin with the first slide of successes, and that would be our 4th annual STEM Fair, presented by the Sci-Fi team in collaboration with the Balboa Park Fleet Science Center. This is one of the many wonderful programs from the San Ysidro Education Collaborative, by which you have in your board agenda for open session. We are so excited. We are the only county-wide STEM fair at an elementary school to attract 2,500 attendees and to have many business partners come to do each of the booths for our students. So we're excited because STEM, or what I like to also say STEAM, the A is for the arts, is really where many of the jobs are in our world for our students. We also have, thanks to Veronica Medina, who's sitting behind me with cool pink glasses, the 9th annual Families First Resource Fair. And here she partners with many organizations for donations for things like backpacks and school supplies. And families can come and get free backpacks and school supplies at the beginning of every year. We won the Inspire Award from the County Office of Education and Classrooms of the Future for our Sci-Fi Team program and their Special Education STEAM program. And that was such an honor to see our Sci-Fi Team be awarded in our district at the SeaWorld Awards Assembly, and just a phenomenal event. We also have a partnership with the USS Midway, and this year all of our 2nd grade students were able to go on the USS Midway and learn about the social studies learning program on that ship. Very cool. VDM knocked the sports out of the park this year. We are part of the Sweetwater Athletic League, and we're so very proud of our baseball team that reached all the way to the playoffs, and they've been doing that for a few years now. Our 7th grade volleyball girls won the Pacific League Championship, and we had one of our students, Cheville Pico, who won the girls 100 meter, which means she's a fantastic sprinter for the entire Metro League track and field. VDM's cross-country team, under the leadership of our science teacher, chemistry teacher at VDM, we're able to celebrate another just amazing season. And I'm so grateful to the board for honoring these athletic students and athletic scholars at the last board meeting. So thank you to these coaches, including Coach Scarlett. With that said, I'm going to hand the mic over to Mr. Burciaga.
Okay, you told me I have 1 minute, so I better go fast. So we had the spelling bee in February for our students, and like every year, we go every round and another round, and so until we get a winner, so we were able to finally come to the winners who represented us also at the county. Our mental health awareness in May is an amazing competition we had for our students, and it's unfortunate we had to pick just one, but most of you received probably the shirt that the winning student had, and that was a great thing to do in May for our students and our staff. We also had 2 of our preschool teachers who were nominated by the San Diego County Office of Education for the Being Social Worker Award, Ysidro Herron and Stephanie Wooden. We had also our very famous Director of Special Education, Oscar Madera, that was awarded the AXA 18 Special Education Administrator of the Year, which some of you participated in. We had our Sci-Fi program, or Sci-Fi is one of the greatest advocates for science and physical education in our district. I knew this as a principal, now more as a Human Resources Director, because they really want to make sure they're fully staffed to be able to go out to the schools and reach out to the students and include them in Sci-Fi, and they were awarded also the AXA Region 18 Partners in Education Award. We also had the amazing Ms. Hendricks, Special Education, the SELPA Award, it's its 17th Annual Art Exhibition. We had also our very own Marta Vasquez, 3rd grade dual language teacher, and this is an amazing award given by the county for the Biliteracy Symposium. Raise your hand if you're receiving the Biliteracy Award. Mr. Naida, Mr. Burciaga, Mr. Borges. All right. And next we have Dr. Iniguez.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. So many highlights, so little time. So with this particular slide, we wanted to highlight a highlight, and in this case, it's for the honor roll for Ocean View Hills. When you think about the requirements to win this award, it's notable because it reflects the combined effort of everyone here, led by Mr. Orcas, who's sitting right over there. So we definitely wanted to highlight that. And many more of our schools are well under the way for that particular award. And the next slide, I believe it controls here, is that right? Oh, thank you. So in this slide, we wanted to point out 2 things. One is our increasing partnership with the San Diego Padres. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but we were able to get a lot of our kids on the field during and right before a game, and that was awesome. Think about some of our kids that were able to stand literally on the field with their favorite players and to be recognized for being the stars that they are. That's part of the Estrellas program, so that was awesome. That was wonderful. Another partnership that's growing is with the Los Angeles Chargers. Our kids actually got that VIP treatment when they went out and they watched practice. They actually got to meet a lot of the players, including, if you know who Dan Fouts is, they actually got to meet Dan Fouts, who's a legend. So with that, it's great that we are able to participate in these partnerships with our community partners. And that takes us to the next slide, and that is for Mr. Bajorquez. Oh, Marilyn A. Drenton, I'm sorry. Yes. My apologies.
Now I get to cut the bottom. I've seen it.
So we honor Mr. Terry Williams. He is our classified employee of the year from Ocean View Hills. He did move on to the San Diego County classified finalist, and Ms. Mesa and I were able to attend the ceremony. It was wonderful. It was so nice to see him up there representing San Ysidro. It was a big honor. Our Director of Education Technology, Mr. Todd Lewis, was also nominated for the San Diego 2024 Top Tech Award. So he was nominated. San Ysidro Community passes General Obligation Measures KKLL and MM. So we're only one of few that passed in San Diego County. First annual Global Goals Earth Day Forum in partnership with 3 other school districts and the Science Fleet Center. The 2025 Classrooms for the Future Innovative Superintendent and District Team Award, and our superintendent, Dr. Gina Potter, was invited to participate in the California State Budget and Education Committee regarding the local control funding formula.
We were the only district, I believe, the only district, I believe, in the state to win 3 GO bond measures on a single ballot in the state of California.
And that was with some people opposing us, can you believe that? Didn't do a good job though.
We had our first annual Global Goals Earth Day Forum, and the Balboa Park Science Fleet Center sponsored the location for the event. And they're so excited. They said they've never had an event like that, and it was absolutely wonderful. We had 50 of our students across the district attend. Most of them were participants from my superintendent student council. We also had the San Ysidro Education Collaborative. They were awarded Access Region 18 Community Partner event. Go Cynthia Negura and her team. We had the San Diego Taxpayers Association give us a perfect score. They keep getting A's. I think it's been 4 years in a row. Way to go, Miss Marilyn, Mr. Macedo, and the team, Bob, and the business team. Our very own board president was elected to the State California School Boards Association Delegate State Assembly. And this fantastic award, second time only in the history of San Ysidro School District, we won a California School Boards Association Golden Bell Award. The Golden Bell is sitting in the office right next to Miguel up on the shelf, and we could not be more proud. We won for the category of Outstanding Program for Curriculum and Instruction. For our English Language Arts program, we reclassify English language learners at a rapid rate. That's a rate faster than the cumulative state's rate of reclassifying English language learners to become fluent English proficient. And these students, our RCEP students, outscored even our English-only students in our district. So we're very, very proud of them. And now we have Ms. Laura English stepping in and putting on the hat of Julie Pretzer, our director of preschool. And so she's going to be Ms. Pretzer tonight, and we're so grateful she's here.
Good evening, everybody. Okay, so Ms. Pretzer gave me a nice little write-up, so I might need 2 minutes because she had so much to say. Ms. Pretzer wanted to express how grateful she is to lead the early childhood education program for the San Ysidro School District for a second year. Child development and school readiness. Our program is a 4- and 5-star rated program, which are the highest level one can achieve in the county. Our program, in the state? Okay. Our program is committed to developing the whole child with the emphasis on school readiness skills. The theme for this year was everything with intention. Teachers led with intention and used DRDP measures and data to inform instruction. Our agency implements the teaching pyramid, a PBIS program that supports the social and emotional development of young children, as well as trauma-informed guidance techniques. One of the great benefits of our preschool program is early detection and intervention. Our program does a fantastic job at screening children for vision, hearing, and dental issues. 134 preschoolers receive vision and hearing screening. 33 students receive glasses. That's amazing. 70 students receive dental screenings, resulting in 12 referrals to a pediatric dentist. We have an amazing preschool assessment team, PAT, that did 10 cycles of assessing and evaluating preschoolers and potential special needs that were referred to by the regional center, our local community, or from our preschool classrooms. Safe and engaging environments. We have a safe and engaging environment where we focus on inclusive practices that support all students in our preschool programs, general education, RSP, and special education classes. Our program boasts developmentally appropriate learning activities and environments that nurture the heart and the mind. High-quality programs. One of the reasons we are considered a top-tier program is our commitment to ongoing professional development for all teaching staff. This year, staff received over 50 hours of professional growth, not including the one-on-one coaching sessions. Our entire agency received 7.5 hours certificates for completing the Teaching Pyramid Program Module 1A. The preschool director and resource teachers received over 24 hours of training and passed the exam to become the certified class observers in order to complete ongoing state-mandated program evaluations. That's amazing. Active parent engagement. We truly value parent and family engagement and offered over 12 curated workshops throughout the year. This year, we had our first ever family support group, then by our preschool social worker, ran by our preschool social worker, Stephanie Wooden. She was also nominated for Social Worker of the Year, as we saw earlier. We had over 10 school-wide events where families joined us for fun and festivities. The two are most proud of our preschool art fair and preschool Olympics. Lastly, we had our quarterly PAC meeting where parents representatives from each classroom and preschool site met with the director and other team members to learn more about the program, as well as provide input for program improvement. We look forward to supporting more young minds and families this new school year. Thank you very much. And I'm also here representing the principals. So I will also need 2 minutes for this because there's 5 of us. And the 5 of us decided what was important. It was so much, but this is what we decided. Okay, first of all, this was a theme. Our theme was a year of growth. Let's see. I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to be here this evening on behalf of our elementary school principals to share the collective accomplishment of the 24-25 school year. This year was truly a year of growth, a year in which our students, families, and staff not only persisted but thrived. Our growth this year is centered around 4 key commitments: strengthening student wellness, accelerating academic progress, deepening family partnership, and improving attendance. Together, these priorities have shaped meaningful and lasting change across all elementary campuses. We grow stronger social and emotional needs. We continue to prioritize the emotional well-being of our students as a foundation for learning. Student-led initiatives like campus kindness campaigns and peer leadership groups contributed to a stronger school culture. Our schools expanded access to social and emotional learning through Dinosaur School, Second Step, and daily classroom check-ins. School psychologists, counselors, and social workers provided targeted support aligned to student needs. Events such as Mental Health Awareness Month helped normalize conversations around mental health and resilience. Normalizing is key. Normalizing is wonderful. Our collective focus on emotional safety has helped students feel connected, supported, and ready to learn. We grew smarter, academic acceleration. In the classroom, we made intentional strides to support every learner. We strengthened Tier 2 and Tier 3 academic interventions using data-driven progress monitoring tools. Through consistent PLC meetings, teacher collaborative, analyzed data to tailor instruction and close the gap. We promoted English learner reclassification through targeted support and implemented designated ELD to monitor instruction with equity in mind. Through the Innovación Expanded Learning Program, students engaged in enriching academic clubs like robotics, STEM, Explorer, and coding. This comprehensive approach allowed us to accelerate learning while honoring the diverse student strengths of our students. We grew closer, family and community commitment, engagement. Our growth this year was also fueled by deepened relationship with families and community partners. Families participated in Pique, Minicabe, monthly coffee with the principal sessions where they engaged in dialogue around student success. Our family wellness fairs brought together over 15 local partners to provide holistic supports to families. Our school site councils and parent advisory group helped guide decisions reflecting the voices of our multilingual and diverse communities. We expanded our targeted outreach to McKinney-Vento families and newcomers, ensuring every family felt welcome and connected. These efforts reflected our belief that family and community partnerships are essential to student achievement. One more. We grew together, attendance. Finally, we continued our focus on improving attendance through both systemic support and family collaboration. Outreach consultants and site teams implemented personalized case management and held family meetings to reduce barriers to attendance. School-wide campaigns celebrated improvement and we recognized students weekly with attendance stars and shout-outs during assemblies. Many of our elementary sites saw a measurable decrease in chronic absenteeism, a reflection of strong partnership between home and school. As we know, consistent attendance is crucial to both academic and social success, and we remain committed to supporting every child's path to school every day. In conclusion, this year, our school did more than ever. They grew. We grew stronger emotionally, smarter academically, closer as partners, and together in purpose. On behalf of my fellow elementary principals, I thank you for your continued support and shared commitment to equity, excellence, and the whole child success of every student we serve. Thank you.
All right, I dusted off my principal outfit, right? I just, and last day was June 20th. And I put it back on to come back tonight because principals have a very short summer, so I said, oh, I'll do it. And so I'm very happy to be here in my principal outfit and representing the middle schools of Ysidro. And so our theme was celebrating middle school excellence. And so me and Ms. Ruiz kind of worked on this and talked a little bit about the things that are highlighted in middle school. So and it's not in any particular order, it's by what fit really well. And so one of the big things is SEL, and as you all know, that's so important in the middle school, our social emotional and our students' mental health. I want to thank the board for your support. We were able to have South Bay Community Services on our campus again. I feel like having an on-site therapist is key, especially in middle school. So I really appreciate that support. The second step was implemented at our school, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, SIMS at 7th and 8th grade. The Screen to Care was also a piece of that second step. The My Savers, our students were identified 3 times this year on which tiers, and we met every week to follow up on how those kids were doing and what we were doing to best support them with therapy or check-ins or grief counseling if needed, whatever that was necessary. Their YES program was also a part of that. I worked really closely with the California National Guard to bring them to our district, to be at our middle schools, and they did our positive action with our 7th, 8th grade, and we had a school-wide assembly. It was super awesome. And they actually did the DARE program with 6th grade. I think it's really important to teach our students about drug prevention and the dangers out there, and so I was really proud of that program. South Bay was also on our campus for youth suicide prevention, and the district brought the SELPA to do some empathy interviews, and we learned so much about what our ELD students go through at school. I was a very proud advisor of the No Place for Hate Club at VDM, and we did our 3 activities, and we learned a lot about being better people. We had some academic interventions and strategies. Our teachers were trained or learned about strategies in CABE training, and that was really awesome. SIMS was able to have some Saturday schools under credit recovery. Full schools had lunch tutoring, and we also had a very robust ELOP academic clubs, and I know some anecdotal evidence from parents, so they really love their students being able to get that support at school, sometimes coming home and not having homework because they were able to complete it with help. We did have parent involvement workshops. I want to thank our team, our special ed team, because they actually brought a lot of really great topics, anxiety, trauma-informed, and then special education resources to our parents. They do a really good job every year that helps us as principals. It's sometimes hard to think of the principal topics, but they were helpful in that. PK is really big too. It's fun. I have a great time at the graduation. We had a guest speaker, Ms. Denaida, too. She was really helpful too in that. And so all of those things are super fun. SIMS was able to have an art exhibition, and there's a little picture at the top of their gallery, and then we have the Live Well presentation. They came and gave an awesome presentation about all the services that they are able to offer to our parents. And each got a little goodie bag, so that was really nice. As mentioned before, Dr. Potter, the highlights is our middle school athletic program. Our kids do a really great job, and I'm very happy that we were able to offer that to them. We have a wonderful, robust ELP program with sports, music. I also worked very hard to bring the Next Generation Leaders program to both our schools. Each week, a student learned about a different healthcare, like dentistry, pharmacy, doctor, of course, dentistry, and then they learned things that they would teach their parents at home. So that was really fun, because it was actually one of my former parents. She's now going to med school. She's going to Charles Drew in Los Angeles, and so this was kind of one of the things that she had worked on, through her work and through her schooling. And so I was her daughter's third grade teacher and middle school principal, so it was really fun to work with her and get that program going, and really great to see how far she's come. And we're gonna keep in touch, because I know she's gonna be a great doctor. I really believe that. So let's see. Then also Promise Neighborhood was really active at Sims, and they had active advisors and tutoring. We both have our outreach consultants that do an amazing job with meeting with parents, doing home visits. We met frequently to have our SART meetings, and they were really important to find out what's going on and why is that child having difficulty coming to school. And we're really lucky that we have lots of supports available, so we can offer them right there. Do they need a 504? Is there a diagnosis that we need to know about? So that's important. And then we have a lot of great class presentations. We have the judge come back again and give a presentation. And there's a lot of different, some of them were even parents that came by to just tell us about their careers. And a lot of that happened through our AVID classes. So Ms. Kempe and Mr. Herrera and AVID teachers, they do a really good job of getting our kids ready for the future. We have reclassifications, 42 at BDM and 64 at Sims. And then we also had some really great awesome experiences for students to go to different places like Knott's and SeaWorld and visit the college campuses and kind of hopefully see them in their future. We have picnics. There's a really great Los Americans Internship Day that's put on by the San Ysidro Collaborative, which is really important for our students. And then some kids got to go on that East Coast trip. So I'm very proud of the work that we did at our middle schools, and I'm so happy for your support, for the support of our management team. So thank you so much.
Mr. Ring, can I announce what you told me a few minutes before the presentation about what do we have available for you? So we can cancel the retirement? I want to thank you not only for coming today, but for being who you are and the dedication and commitment that you have placed in our community and our students.
Thank you.
He came out of retirement.
Very fortunate to lead the Educational Leadership Department, People Services Department. We have a great team. We can go to the next time. So there's a lot of things that happened this year. I want to thank Mr. Little, the person that was there before me, leading the department. Some of the highlights for the school year: New Teacher Academy, Universal Design Learning for 3 sessions, Math Middle School for instruction. We have San Diego County Office of Ed provide training for our math teachers at both middle schools. The Wright Institute for the middle school, August 26th to the 29th. VA assistance for work from the San Diego County Office of Ed and the SELPA. And as you can see, the spelling bee, great success, ornithology, and STEM fair, great success by members of both of the departments. Some of the preliminary data for the SCAF, so for this year, so 6/17/2025, some of the growth that we're seeing, and this is when I add plus and minus, mostly plus, this is what the results are. We have Ocean View Hills in language arts increased by 12 points. Smythe Elementary
increased by 15 points, Sunset by 20 points, and San Ysidro School District as a district in language arts, an increase to 12 points. So we're most probably gonna see some growth and some change in the color from the year before in the area of English language arts for the district. In mathematics, La Mirada, an increase of 8 points, Vista del Mar, 4, Ocean View Hills, 19-point increase. We have Spike Elementary with a 2-point increase, and Sunset with a 30-point increase, for an overall increase of 9 points for the district. The expectation is 3 to 5, so anything about 5, or this increase overall. So we also going to expect to see an increase in the color in the dashboard.
This is a very good.
Okay, what we have here is our 5% plus highlights for the grades for each of the school. As you can see, we have quite a few. Sunset, almost everybody hit it right there. 3rd, 4th, 5th got a plus 5% improvement in the grade level. So Mr. Benson did a fabulous job stepping in for Mr. Busaga, and continue that great work. Some of the ones that went extra, La Mirada, 14%, and congratulations, Miss English, for ELA 6th grade. We have a 13% for Ocean View Hills, Math 3rd grade. Another 14% for Smite, ELA 6th grade. Sunset, 3rd grade, 14% increase in the area of mathematics. Willow, Math 5th grade, 10%.
Wow.
So, looking forward to continue this work and continue to improve.
This is really good news.
In the reclassification, back in 22-23, we reclassified 495 students, which lead us to a Golden Bell Award. Following year, 23-24, we went down to a 172, and that's an expected outcome because we reclassified our hard performance English learners, so suddenly we end up with lower levels that we need to build up, right? But this year we brought it up to 300 reclassifications for this school year. So looking forward to continue the great work that our principals are doing at the sites. Chronic absenteeism, continue to see improvements. We have this order from the lowest chronic absenteeism to the highest in our district. And we have, even though we have a 1 which increased chronic absenteeism, it's still our 3rd best percentage in our district, which is Sunset. Very commendable to have Ocean View Hills, Vista del Mar at 12% chronic absenteeism. We continue to work to make it better, and that's work that I'm working with Ms. Veronica Medina. As you know, Ms. Medina is going to be working directly with our OCs and providing support and training so that we can provide better services to our parents and our community and students. Veronica, you want to talk about this one?
Yes, let me start off with a little intro first.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
I can only dance up a little bit, I can't do like the drill team I used to dance before. But this is our new attendance theme. This logo was created with a group of our outreach consultants. We debated for 4 hours, we were looking and thinking of different themes, and this one for some reason just caught our eye and we all loved it. And it's your presence is your power. Tu presencia es tu poder.
Love it.
So we're still working a little bit like on the posters. What we had envisioned was our district logo, the little monito climbing upstairs with their books, holding a diploma and wearing a graduation cap. So we're still trying to work on the posters and the logo, but this is our actual theme for next year. So, thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. Suspension rate. Of course, we don't want to see any student get suspended. It's part of the discipline, it's part of the situation that our site administrators deal with those situations on a daily basis. And looking at our suspension rate for the San Ysidro School District at 1.95%. Statewide is 3.2% from last year. We're still waiting for the results for this year, but we're certainly making improvements in maintaining a low percentages on suspension rates. Multi-tier system of support, MTSS, Ms. Villescas and the Special Education Department are heading this area. Tier 1, we have 73% of our 2nd through 8th grade students receiving a school-wide support, school-wide events. The SEL lessons for all 2nd to 8th grade students. The CYBH will help us to support and obtain funds through the reimbursement process for mental health services provided. On Tier 2, we have 565 students, at 25% of our students. 50 of those students are students on caseload sites, with 273 families utilizing the promotora services, and 536 students in the small groups with 265 individual check-ins. Tier 3, which are our kids with the most need, we have 91 of our students at 3%, and that's where we do a more in-depth support and approach. 131 of those students receive counseling on an IEP. We also have a school program, 84 referrals, 51 of them which continue to be open cases, and then individual and family therapy. So this is an area that unfortunately the needs continue to rise. Everything that happens in our society and our news creates stress for our students, and I'm very fortunate to have a very qualified staff, and even though Mr. Quintana is moving to, hopefully with your approval, to La Mirada, which we're certainly going to miss his support in this area as well. I know he's going to be able to provide those services at La Mirada School if you decide to elect him for that position. Special educational spotlights, a resource teacher for special ed provided training, not only to our teachers, but also to our instructional aides, special ed instructional aid, on data collection, goal writing, mentorship of new teachers. Professional learning was provided to our special education department, vision and mobility, nonviolent crisis intervention, classroom environment. Our successful program at Smythe Elementary, our Dragon Body program in Site 5, the Smythe Elementary, relationship building, district-wide events, autism acceptance month, and mental health awareness month were very successful at the sites. And as you can see, the logo for the t-shirt contest winner. Innovación, our ELAP program headed by Mr. Ramos, 130 classes district-wide with over 2,000 students participating in the Spring 2025 program. And this is, again, this mostly is headed by our teachers and class science certificate staff, different opportunities for students for enrichment. And we're looking to continue to provide services and expanding those services. Veronica.
Back again. Guess who's back? I'm sorry it's late. So now we'll talk about the military. I am very proud to be your liaison for the school district. Military, McKinney-Vento, Migrant Ed, and foster youth. So those 4 programs fall under People Services. And I am very honored to say that Ocean Hills and Lisa Belmont received a Purple Star for the state. We've been getting this the 3rd year in a row. We work directly with Mindy Hayes, who is our military liaison and has done amazing things for the past couple of years at our school sites. We planned a great event at Ocean Hills, as you all know,
which all the students loved, and I want to thank Mr. Borges and Dr. Iniguez, because we met in Zoom, kind of planned it beforehand, and it happened, so I'm very grateful and honored. She also sent out weekly emails to all of our military families of events that occur within our region and on the base. So all of our military families are informed on what resources they have and what events are going on. We also have a military and family-led counseling at both schools. We have an MOU with the counselor, and she's 2 days at Ysidro and 3 days at Ocean Beach Hills. And then we continue to celebrate Veterans Day, Memorial Day, and of course, Day of the Military Child, which is Purple Love Day in April. The other side, which is in the Kingdom, we have over 887 unhoused youth. The number has declined, of course, since throughout the years, due to many different reasons. But that was our last report that we did in November of 2024. We get more students as they enroll throughout the year, so the final year count might be a little bit larger, maybe 150 or so. And we do, as everyone has heard, the great program that we have with SBCS. We also have a grant, the Education for Homeless Children and Youth Grant, which means that I have to attend 2 state conferences yearly. It's a mandate in regards to the grant money that we get. And we did receive community school funds for SMITE, Sunset, Sands, and Willow, which was $5.7 million. That was last year. And some of the school sites have been implementing it at their sites. And for this year, we have a new school that's going to get $1.2 million, and that is La Mirada. So, our community schools. We have another grant coming in, which is a community engagement initiative awarded us for 5 years, $200,000 a year. So we still haven't selected what school it's going to be, because that's going to be the discretion of the school workers. He has to decide. It's a team, but we are honored to have another $200,000 for our. So the next slide, which is my favorite, community partners and Mr. Arias. We do have a lot more, and you're going to be happy with this one because one of them is the District Attorney's Parent Center that is in National City. I have been working with Marita Tejerano. I know she no longer lives there, but ever since she started, she was part of the San Ysidro Education Collaborative, FYI, and she would come and she would have a table at our Families First Resource Center every year. So even though they're not on this list because there's so many to point down, we still communicate with them, and they still do many wonderful things for our community. One of them is the Assistancy of San Diego, which is Operation School, because they donate uniforms, shoes, sweaters, blankets, hygiene kits. They do all of that for 5 of our schools, and they've been doing it for almost 15 years. I used to take the students on the school bus up to university, and they used to get clothes there, but now they don't because they're closed down, but now they send all the clothing directly to the schools. As you all know, the LA Chargers, love them. They do so many different great things for our community. We'll always love them because they used to take us to games, they interact with the players. We've always had a great partnership until they moved, but they still respectfully send us $900 a month for food, and they help military families, and they help so many different other families. Also, the Chula Vista Police Department, which is out there, they've given us turkey dinners for Thanksgiving, for Christmas. A lot of churches are not listed. The Rackham Shoes gives us $5,000 a year of shoes that gets distributed to 7 schools. And then the Padres Estrellas, the first school that ever was selected to attend was Sunset. And Mr. Burciaga was the principal that got to go out to the field. We honored students that had perfect attendance. So we would rotate every year, And we would send 5 students from each school that have perfect attendance, and it was like more of a, like a, I don't wanna say raffle, but it was like a selection, a drawing of the students, the 5 students that would get selected to be part of the SYSD program for perfect attendance. So I could go on, and I don't want to.
Park Haven Apartments?
Park Haven Apartments, Church 180 that has donated backpacks, and they come and they volunteer on Saturdays when we have our events for the resource fair. They've done that for so many years.
San Ysidro Health.
San Ysidro Health, Imperial Beach Clinic.
San Diego Fire Department?
The San Diego Fire Department.
Guineo.
The Bomberos de San Diego, the City of San Diego. I mean, some of them are not there. I also want to give thanks to San Diego County Office of Ed. We partner up. I don't know if you've seen the commercial of Stuff the Bus.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's how we get our backpacks. So we get them before, because when they end, it's already September, and that's when most of the other schools start. But we get them before, so we get like 400 backpacks from the San Diego County Office right here. So Stuff the Bus is real. Oh, and Donors Choose, we partnered up with Donors Choose. A lot of the teachers now get to go on the website and talk about any project that they're having, and I monitor it once a month to see who is on there and which teacher is getting what type of supplies. They don't get money, but they do get supplies. Like, so they're asking for Chromebooks or markers or paper, they get what is asked. And Amazon is donating directly to our schools through Donors Choose. So there's so many that, I mean, if you give me a list, I can tell you what everyone does. But I do want to thank my community partners. I want to thank the OCs for helping me, because also without them and without my epic and the support of all the principals, it would be difficult not to be able to work with all these wonderful partners that we have through all of
Yeah. The family just arrived too, so.
Oh, Dr. Potter wants me to give a shout out to my son.
And he was in my kindergarten class.
His highlight is her son. So, as you know, in human resources, one of the most important things we do is making sure we have staff for the new year. So, thank you, Mr. Bojorquez, because when I came in, he had everything ready for me. So, I started the year with the teaching staff. So, just to get an idea of how the staff is divided, of course, the CDC has 10.5 team, but then you have schools like La Mirada at 14, and then Ocean View Hills at 44, and then the rest of the schools almost at the same size. In staffing, this includes all our staff. We have 6 confidential, certificated, including all teachers, special ed, general ed, psychologists. It's 259. And then we have our classified 326, which includes all our part-time instructional aides, all are part-time. And then our management, 23 of us, holding the fort here at the district. So this should be like you should be like, we are the champions for this fight.
Okay.
So the school lunch hero, thank you, Dr. Inez, for doing a wonderful job going through all the schools, making sure our CNS staff is felt appreciated. We have an amazing week of the teacher, which every school received refreshments on the day of the teacher, and then the principals also did their every day. I don't know where they started the tradition, but every day they had something going on with the teachers, and then the classified staff had their week, and then this is the picture that Ms. Marilyn was talking about. She had an amazing time at the county, right? All right. And Mr. Terry Williams, he's like the star of the district, or classified employee of the year. And then we have our employee recognition ceremony, which was amazing. Got to recognize our staff for their different accomplishments and years of service. And then, of course, our teachers and our classified staff for every school. And I think that's it.
And in keeping with the song theme, if you have any questions, I recommend you start with "Tell Me Why." With that, there are two highlights on this slide that I would like to speak to. One is in the area of construction. We have a lot of progress going on with construction, but in particular, we are there, folks, with Sims revitalization. Literally, the portables have arrived, so we are getting ready to actually start the construction. And I would like the board and everyone at home to know that we have been keeping the staff, not just the teachers, but all the staff involved in the process, so everyone's aware of what's happening, but it's exciting. Also on this slide, I want to point out that for our MOTF, we've been making a lot of progress with regard to repairs, as well as establishing a system. So if you look here, the number of annual work orders has actually declined steadily over the last 3 years, and that's a good thing. The reason for that is because we're being proactive. We're actually getting out there, and as a team, we're approaching things that need to be done proactively, just like we do in the classrooms. I'm encouraging our MOTF staff to work together as a team. And that leads to systems and interchangeability. And the result of that, if I could just give two examples, one is listed here, is last year with all the rain across the entire district, we had 3 classroom leaks. And the reason that that happened is because our guys, not an outside vendor, but our guys actually got together and they thought about the solution and they fixed it. Another example is over at La Mirada and Smythe, we used to get calls all the time about issues with the plumbing, but we don't get that anymore. Again, thanks to the crew who got together and they thought about a creative solution. So we're able to effectively work as a group in that area. So congratulations. I know some of the guys are actually listening at home right now. Next slide, please. So one of the things that I want to point out in this slide is our effort over the last year, year and a half on freshly prepared meals, which is critical. You see the number of meals that have been served there over the last year, but in particular, the percentage of freshly served meals has increased to 73%. And if you compare that to the state average, we're well over that average. Our goal is to try to increase that percentage as much as possible. So we're talking about things like daily salad bars, vegetables, and fruit. And so as a result of that, and including not just students, but also staff and the testing that we have at the sites, we've been able to come up with meals that the kids really enjoy and have had a part in developing. I won't name them all, but for example, we have molitas de nopal. I don't know if you know what that is, but that's a result of all the taste testing that's happened with our kids. These kids are eating better than I am. I'm telling you.
Sounds good.
Absolutely. And as you see, we're also trying to increase student and family choice. So with that, next slide. And now, Marilyn Adrian.
I'm not gonna sing.
You can dance. You can. There's one I want money. I'll dance for money. A grant. I need a grant.
So I get the great privilege of working with 2 wonderful dynamic departments, and that's business services and the technology department. Under the director, Mr. Todd Lewis. He's not here tonight, he is on vacation. So I did realize how busy we were all year. Things just happen, every day, and I did realize we processed $80.5 million in payroll, and that is through July through June. So that's a lot. That's about 78% of our budget. Purchase orders, processed 1,489 purchase orders. Invoices paid, almost 2,000 in invoices. 541 agreements have been reviewed and processed, and that is through Ms. Pat Caro. So payroll is under Mr. Daniel Chavez, purchase orders Araceli Felix. Invoices paid is under Blanca Vega. Developer fees, we have collected about 400,000, and we still have pending a little bit over 604,000, and that's under Laura Gastelum. And our grant monitoring, $29 million in grants, and that's under Amber Sunsets. That's great. So that's a lot of work for a small department. And I'm so appreciative of all of their hard work. I do have to share some not so happy news. We still are waiting for a state budget adoption. That can happen any day now. They are required to adopt the budget by June 30th. I'm still looking at, per the May revise, a deficit of about $12 billion for next year, Proposition 98, a COLA of 2.3% for LCFF and other programs, and the COLA, it will not be applied in the proposal to state preschool. So normally districts need about 4% to operate from one year to the next. So you can see here this COLA is already too low. 24-25, the Proposition 98 is set at 118.9 billion. And in the May revision proposal, it included a possible drop of Proposition 98 to $114.6 billion. So that's a proposal. And that could be a potential loss to our district of about $3 million. On the federal side of the budget, the federal budget year, they operate a fiscal year from October through September. So we possibly won't see a budget adoption until about October 1st because they have a different fiscal year cycle. They are proposing the funding, the Title I and IDEA funding at the same levels. So IDEA is the federal side of special education, that's their allocation, which one item to keep close attention to is a $20 billion school choice proposal. And this would look like a voucher for private schools or charter schools. So that's one to watch if that is passed. That could be a significant hit to our district because we are public schools, and families may choose to pull their students out of our district and go to a charter school or private school and use that voucher and apply it there. So that is critical. So increase funding for charter school programs, the elimination of Title III and migrant education. Title III is funding for our limited English proficient students, so our EL students. Those funds follow the EL student. So normally we use special programs for EL and for our CABE conferences. This slide shows our potential loss in federal funding. The red line items, so child nutrition, we operate the National School Lunch Program under CEP, Community Eligibility Program, and a potential loss of $2.6 million. This program allows all of our students to eat for free, so breakfast and lunch free. This may mean that most districts under CEP will revert back to the traditional way, where students and families will need to submit a meal application and go that route like the old days. Title II, a potential loss of $160,000, and this is for teacher and principal professional development. Title III, $300,000, and Title IV, about $100,000. Title IV is for academic enrichment, so we are able to purchase technology devices, provide field trips to our students, and any type of enrichment program.
Marilyn, let's come up with some type of game plan regarding the $2.6 million. Because the bottom line is that our kids that use the free school lunch program depend on that as their main meal of the day. And I find it unacceptable that we would not have at least some kind of game plan regarding dealing with that. So I know you have reverting back to the old days, but if we can come up with something else, I don't know, collaboration with our nonprofit partners, I don't know. But brainstorm on that for me, because honestly, imagine children depending on their main source of meal and not being able to have that. That's a ridiculous, outrageous.
But they can also apply if they're low income. So low income students can have that, those meals.
Outrageous. I'm just saying, outrageous.
And I think this affects mentally and socially our children and their families. So that's, something that, you can be low income, but that doesn't mean that you can survive with what they live with and how they live now and what's gonna be the future. And I think that's where the chaos is. I mean, the whole plan is to take away things that should be given to our kids and our staff and our education system. But people criticize it without even being a teacher, without being actually an administrator or an educated person that understands how people live in our community. So what you said, Mr. Martinez, is very true. But I don't think that by filling out an application, and more now, parents ain't gonna fill it out. Because what you ask, they're afraid to put that information in there.
Or worse, we're actually reverting back to now singling out parents and students by saying now if they're filling out the low income application, that means they're low income, and then there's a stigma towards that. And that leads to bullying. It's outrageous. And I can tell you anything that we can do to stop that or subsidize it from another means, let's do it, Marilyn. That's my ask.
We know research has shown and shows a child who is hungry cannot learn. A growling stomach is something that is just unacceptable in the United States of America. It's supposed to be the richest country in the world.
How many percent was it that we had before COVID, before we have the full million? What did you mention? Was like 70-something%?
75 to 80% were free and reduced.
Okay, that apply for the
through the application process.
Okay, and we have, every time I have to fill out, even for enrollment, sometimes we have to put this information, depending on different services that we want to require. Sometimes we need to put this information. This will not be the only thing where we provide our income. Just to put it out there. But still, if we can get, and hope that the federal level will not reduce as much. See what happens. We'll see in October, right?
Yes, we'll know more at the end of September, October. This slide is the current history of fiscal stability and responsible financial management. So as mentioned before, we did receive in the last 4 years A's. The last 2 were A+ for the bond transparency report card. Our Moody's ratings continue to improve. We are now at A2 with a stable outlook, and this is our credit rating. So we need this is a good grade for when we go out to sell bonds. Yeah. And no financial audit findings for our annual external audits for the last 3 years. No financial audit findings for our general obligation bond audits because we need to perform 2 separate audits for the activity in the last 4 years, and we have district positive budgets for the past 5 years.
We get back to that.
This is all due to my wonderful dynamic business team. Not me. They do all the hard work. Technology services spotlight. Every year we need to certify Fall 1 and Fall 2 for CalPADS, and CalPADS data includes pupil counts and enrollment counts that fund our LCFF. So it's the reporting of enrollment as a CBITS day, which is the first Wednesday in October of every year. And then we have free and reduced data as well, and that supports our Title I funding. And then we also have our unduplicated pupil counts, which includes our low income, foster youth, and homeless. We have performed data network upgrades, so we continue the upgrades of the data network hardware and wireless system, and BDM is complete. And BDM's data network hardware and wireless system was funded by E-rate, so about 80% funded by E-rate and the other 20% by the district. Tech department has completed about over 989 work orders for the entire fiscal year, and supported, and in addition to many support emails and phone calls. The usage of Clever, student usage 99.7%, and Clever is the login system that ties all the apps, right? Damn good. I do listen. Yes. One single login to all the apps, right?
Very good.
Oh my gosh. And the rest of the data is there. Yes, let's get technical.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. We continue with our master plan, which is our LCAP. As you know, the LCAP is aligned with state priorities and comprises of 3 goals: for student achievement, school culture, climate, and student well-being, and parent engagement. The local control funding form priority areas for the LCAP development: conditions of learning, engagement in the student outcomes. Some of these are part of the presentation provided earlier today. On goal 1, the student achievement, some of the highlights: Common Core Assessment Matrix, instructional design, learning walks, data reflection sessions and planning time, professional development and universal design, ELD, and inclusion for all staff members, access to technology, thank you to the IT department, college and career readiness skills, continue to monitor English learners' progress. The ELTEL empathy interview was a great success, which allows us to understand better what our students are feeling in our middle schools, and that allow our teachers to have better understanding of their needs, and teacher listening circles as well. It allows administration to understand what our teachers are going through. Goal 2, culture climate, our MTSS, multi-tier system of support, has been very successful. It is issued the size, which monitors how our students are doing, especially at that high race 3%. Remember the 91 students. Mental health and well-being. Counselors and social workers at our school sites have been very, very supportive for our students and families. My service data, the 3 cycles that we conduct. And then what's coming up, the YBAPE and the PBIS, restorative justice and social emotional learning that take place every day at each of our sites. Our goal 3, parent engagement. Some of these numbers I already shared with you. Very, very successful PK Parent Institute, 120 parents graduated. We have Ale Velasquez, a very famous guest speaker, Arusha Hills, and English classes in partnership with the Southwestern College. Some of the highlights. And pass it on to Dr. Potter.
Big clap. So we can see here the LCAP data and research focused next steps. And the reason why we brought back the LCAP to our end of year presentation is because as we look forward in the next few slides to next school year, and we ask for your guidance, we want you to know that these are the 3 LCAP goals that we're moving into next year with, that Mr. Bojorquez was able to explain. And in conjunction with those LCAP goals, we are intending to focus those to align very tightly those local assessments to the CAS, along with the online CAS practice test that Sunset had such great success with this year. Professional development for the instructional design that we have for both elementary and middle schools. Language arts and math, our targeted attendance recovery program we plan to implement, along with implementing the writing instructional program, and then professional development for structured English language development, we call it structured ELD, to support our English language learners, and really important, our LTELs, long-term English language learners. And so now, right before we get to this board guidance, I have to say that those 50 slides that our team just was able to share, it really brings me to my walk-up song that Veronica's going to help me with for our district. Ready? We have one line for you. Ready? We are the champions. We are the champions. Of Ysidro. So, not many districts with 7 schools are as tiny and mighty as our school district. I am so incredibly proud of us. I don't know any district that could just have given you 50 slides with that many successes. Lots of hard work and dedication to the children of San Ysidro and to our community. So that brings us to select next year's theme of the year. We have been asking, and Miguel has done a great job asking for ideas. And so the ideas that have come up are these ideas. And of course, if you have a different idea, you can share it. But this theme will be very important because we will print it on our buttons. And we have a couple buttons, our board president and Ms. Peraza, our board member. They both have their buttons with the theme of the year. Thank you for following them. And then we also put up our big banners at each of the schools when we kick off the new school year. And then we frame all of the work that we do for our district around this theme that we're, Mrs. Lopez has her button too. Clap, look at that. So, the ideas: scholar, extraordinary, triumph, peace, resilience, and thrive. And of course, if you have a different idea, you can share that as well. But
Dr. Potter, historically, what have been the themes? Just because I forget what we've done before.
Oh, goodness. Miguel, do you not remember all of our themes?
We've had a new day.
A new day.
Onward.
Onward. We've had
Excel.
United.
I was going to say Unity. Have we done Unity?
We've done Together.
We've done Together.
And this year, Transcend.
Transcend. Have we had Unity? I believe we've had United. Yeah, we had a United. Unidos.
SYSD.
Oh, yeah.
SYSD United. It's our hashtag. Okay.
I vote for scholar. I like scholar.
Scholar. Okay, so we've got 1 for scholar. Let's put for Madam President.
I vote for scholar.
Scholar. 2 for scholar.
I would actually like to suggest a word that's out there, empower.
Oh, empower.
Power.
Would you change other to empower? Empower, that's a great word. Loving it. So far we've got 2 for Scholar, 1 for Empower, so.
I like Empower.
Oh, 2 for Empower, 2 for Scholar.
Oh no! Wow, she chooses something else.
Let's see where she lands. Give her a moment. I'll even give her a drum roll. Ready? Let's drum roll, everybody.
I'd like to say before she votes, whichever one is not selected, it's an automatic for the next school year.
Oh, we can do
I
that.
don't disagree with that.
We can do that. Then we'll have 2 winners.
Yeah, so we
We
have
can do that and have 2 winners.
I like that.
Mrs. Lopez, Scholar or Empower?
Why can't we put them together and Empower Scholar?
Way too much. It's like,
You I have to say, we had some
Which
little
side are you
type word
choosing?
things, but they don't fit on the button, so we need a single word.
You can put your post-its and hold them up. Where is that Natasha when we need her? She's on vacation. Oh, Dr. Seth, she's on vacation.
Are you doing
I'm a technical here. I appreciate you narrowed to 2. That's really good. Give me the hour of the evening.
I'm gonna go for Scholar.
Danielle, would you please highlight Scholar in yellow and Empower in green? Empower will be the year after. Look, first time we've had 2 things for 2 years. Everybody give our board a clap. All right, now moves into, we've got, you've heard a lot. You know what our LCAP goals and themes are, and you know the direction of the district next year. With that said, every year we ask the board for guidance. And so this is your opportunity. I'm gonna go down the line here for you to give any guidance that you may have. And then after we collect your guidance, then what we're going to do is ask you to narrow that guidance to your top 3. Because while our staff is tiny and mighty, we also want to make sure we can have enough energy to achieve those goals. So, Madam President, do you have any additional board guidance for from what you heard as we move into next year?
Yes, I want to see literacy and just this renewal for love for books, because it all ties in with writing at every school site. Something that will make it stand out that we are really focusing on empowering our scholars to be really looking at literacy and the power of books. I know we started the little books, for the community, but I wanted something bigger than that so that all our libraries are continuously focusing the power of literacy daily throughout the schools. And I think, the more you read, the better writer you become. And that has been proven through research.
If I can add to that, maybe something like what Charo did for Sunset. I think that was.
The AR college program.
Yeah.
Is that,
That goes with Scholar. That's what I was thinking of when I remember about that. Sunset has.
Example, Sunset AR college.
that was very nice to see because we both went to the awards and
It's
it
AR
was very
means
fun too. They were very excited. They were giving awards and medals for students who graduated as with a bachelor or with a master's or with a doctorate. So each kid that had read the most received
a doctorate,
Oh, that's great.
That's
a
what-
master, and the award.
That's
it
what
was-
scholar is.
Yeah,
That's what pre-med.
I think
Yeah.
that was
That's
very
amazing.
brilliant.
Yeah.
In light of the accelerated reader, do we also use Achieve 3000? So
We
Achieve-
do, it
that
could
would
be
also be
paired with
slashed.
Achieve,
Because
yeah.
I know at, I've heard of some schools that do these award assemblies with the different amount of books that children read through, articles, there are articles, not books, but articles through Achieve 3000. And they actually challenge the students to read, you know, X amount by this time period. And it's nothing, it's big, it's like 100 articles, and it really elevates the reading level of the students. So I wanted that to be part of the AR degree program. That was awesome, the degree program. I don't know if you have started that, Mr. Burciaga, and then Mr. Banti did an excellent job continuing it, but I know that this shows our students that the time they put into these reading programs, that they're valued, and we compensate the time that they're putting into becoming smarter. I saw this cartoon of a brain and a water, bottle, and then we're watering the brain. Because you know, so it's food for your brain. Because not just do we nourish our bodies, we nourish our brains every day. I used to tell my kids, you don't have to read every day, only on the days that you wake up. Only the days that
And
you
I think that's something too, it should be done more at the middle school.
especially.
Yes.
So Ms. Chad is a big part of that program. She runs all the certificates and the purchases of medals.
Okay, that's great.
Mr. Martinez, our
I'll be
vice
swift because we've had a long night. The most important thing for me is addressing decline in enrollment. I know that's a mantra that I've had for the last, since I've been here. But the reality is identifying where the children are going to, particularly if there is a significant difference between decline enrollment with one school and another, and addressing that gap. So for example, and this is hypothetical, assuming that there's more decline enrollment in Sims than there is at BDM, what can we do to address that? You know, where are the kids that are not going to Sims going? Are they going to Southwest Middle School? Are they going to Montgomery Middle School? So that's gonna be a big one for me. And that actually relates to my other 2 points, which is seeing what we can do to incorporate more music, theater, and dance in the middle school, particularly San Ysidro Middle School. I know that costs money, but seeing if there's ways to create, again, community partnership so we can have children, our students, have the opportunities to experience that. Whether it's a play or a performance, or even being proud and knowing that they're doing something that corresponds and we can do a community event with it. But something like that's important. And then my third point, and I'll be again swift, is essentially good publicity and being proactive in our communication. We're gonna have a lot of good construction projects coming up in the next year. And obviously the 2 that I can think of right now are the remodeling of Sims, which in my opinion, after it's all said and done, it's gonna look like a college campus. And that's gonna hopefully correspond with improving our decline enrollment if it's there. The second thing is obviously our community center for Byers School. That's something the community has been wanting for a long time, since I've been on the board. So we deserve to make sure that we correctly publicize that and we're proactive in inviting, once we do the ribbon cutting and all that, community leadership and whatnot. And that's it from my end.
Thank you. Board Clerk, Mrs. Lopez.
Well, mine has been my advocate for, psychologists and social workers at schools, but I've seen how the families have changed with the support, because we have fantastic, and I know that a lot of these are young people that have become psychologists and social workers, but they bring something different And it's just communicating with our kids now, especially when there's a need for someone to listen to them and resolve by different things that they do. I think it's amazing, but, you never think about that. Me as at the age of mine, I don't think about that until I see it. And I see how it's changed the family. I think that's really important, and I know that the funding is hard, but I want to make sure that all of our schools have that, not just the elementary, middle school, and I know that some of the South Bay community that are down here have helped, like EDM, and it is a need, and I know that because of the funding that I'd like to see us still continue to bring more of that, or more information from maybe somebody from the outside, or yeah, it is very important. And I know that I have communication with, like you said about performing arts, that I had communication with Little Bear. He's one from Kumaya, Saquon. And I offered him wife for him to come, and I gave him your number. I gave him your name, so he could bring it to
Little Bear, got it.
because they come out and do a play, but they also have people that teach. And I thought, for performing arts, it's a culture that they have, but it brings music. And I thought that would be something good that we need, especially our middle school kids. So I'm good at that. But that's one of the things I would like to see coming to our community to help us.
Thank you. All right, Board Member Peraza.
And I remember, this last year when you brought that up, band, right? You
Yes.
brought that up, I thought that was a good idea. And to add a little bit to Mr. Martinez, about dancing classes and stuff like that. So we do have a partner already, which is Casa Familiar. They also offer dance lessons. And I know Berta Banda from Casa Familiar is the one who gives those lessons in Casa, and she has been asking me that not asking, but commenting that she can provide this type of services for our district. So I think we already have the partner and just to see what we can do to make it happen. And for other ideas, well, I have a lot. But if I have to choose, definitely trainings for parents, trainings and more engagement in each school. And for trainings, it can be for different things. To know what are the parents' and students' rights. That could be one training, another about the IEP training, because this is a very complicated topic for them to understand. I think we need to be more profound of what an IEP means, and what are all the services that they can receive depending on their child, of course, and also how can they address any doubt that they have, and also to know their rights as well for their IEPs. And also what are basic procedures when something happens to their children, if there's an incident, how can they address that? So those type of trainings will be good for parents to receive. And for engagement, well, I think we already have a great example, which is CDC with Ms. Bretzer. She gets an amazing parent engagement. She has rooms full of parents. And I think that maybe principals can help to push a little bit more on having a PTA on each school, or cannot be it can be a PTA, a PTO, or any parent community, to be involved in schools, and not just for that, just to also raise funds for extra great things for our students. And now also, I think it will be great if we could do the CPI trainings for all staff during the period before entering school, the school classes, which is July 23 to July 25. I know that those days staff comes back, but students yet don't come back. So we will have more staff during those trainings from SELPA. They don't have to have substitutes when they're in classes or anything like that. So I think these days will be great to have the CPI training.
The 3 pre-service days for certificated staff, which this coming year will be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. The Wednesday, I believe, is for professional development. Is that right? Wednesday is professional development day. And the Ed Services Department, I believe, may have already identified the professional development for Wednesday. Mr. Bojorquez, is that correct?
That's correct. We have the PM and site administrators, the AM.
For all day?
Say it one more time.
So in the morning, it's gonna be site administrators and
The principals welcome, so the morning of Wednesday, the principals welcome their staffs back. And then the afternoon of Wednesday,
Educational Service Department.
the Educational Services Department does all of their trainings to kick off the year. And then Thursday,
Teacher prep day?
that's a protected pre-service day for their collective bargaining agreement. So the Thursday, they get to set up their classrooms. We're not allowed to have meetings during that day. And then Friday, that's our big welcome back, where all 650 employees are invited to St. Ysidro Middle School auditorium, and we welcome them all back in the morning for back to school.
If we have that full, then maybe for the next break, we can consider it before students come back to the classrooms. And just an extra thing also, I just think to have something around the area of a civic class. I don't know if we have something similar to that, but just for students to learn values, like the words. There's so many words and values that students don't know, and sometimes even not grown-ups. I think this is a very great lesson for students to learn in order to be great citizens during school and in the future. So we can explore something around those areas will be great. And yeah, those are my ideas. And just to add, Ms. Better's not here, but if we can keep the tablets awards for the attendance, that will be great. I saw them out of, yeah. Well, I don't know if that will be possible for next year, but I thought it was a great idea.
So the owner of the apartment complex, that Willow Elementary School, donates those to Willow. Yeah, and then during attendance.
Got it.
Yeah.
He's also done it for many years.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope
Wow,
10 years.
10 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
There's a couple of owners. Before I left, there was another owner that joined in. But
Hope you can hear me.
it was an average of $10,000.
Oh, great. Yeah, I see the faces on the students, and this is a big motivation for them for next year for attendance. So probably next year they want to get that tablet and be attending to school every day.
And
They
that's
did
it.
it for Sunset too, remember?
Yeah, for every school?
No, I
Every
don't
school,
know.
no? Oh, then
Sunset
I happen to
Connection,
be
yes.
in those schools, okay?
Yes, that's
Okay.
what I mean, maybe, each school needs to, or each, maybe, businesses that are in there, or like apartments there, but, other businesses, maybe
Maybe donations.
when I go out to ask for donations, they give me tickets, but maybe I'm gonna ask now for.
Oh, boy.
On that, I'm happy to join you on that.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Yeah, that would be really good. I even saw the expression on the parents when they
Oh,
stopped, you know.
it's a big deal.
Yes, yes,
It's a
it
big
is.
deal. All right,
Okay.
board member Arias.
All right, well, I have the pleasure of going last, so I'm gonna take all of your ideas. I really wanted to emphasize the reading, as a parent of a 3-year-old and, reading many books. I can see the benefit to that, and so I really wanted to emphasize that. And then I also wanted to, I wasn't joking, I'm gonna take all your ideas. I wanted to emphasize Ms. Irene Lopez, with the mental health piece. I think that's of the utmost importance in our district. I work for the county, so I think of things in districts, and District 1, which happens to be the district we're in here, has the lowest socioeconomic status of all the districts. And when there's no money, what is the first thing that you defer? And it's not food, right? Sometimes it could be, but it's getting services. And mental health is definitely something that is deferred in our communities, especially in our communities of color. I think there's still a stigma attached to that. And the more we talk about it, the more we provide services and access, I think is a benefit to our communities. And on that, I wanted to see if we could explore the possibility of Spanish agendas for the next school year. As I grew up in this community and my parents don't speak English. And I know that would be a big deterrent for them to show up to meetings like this. And so I know that very likely they didn't show up to meetings like this because there wasn't information there for them. So, it could be a lot of work, but it could be. It should be. Well, I mean, we also want it to be accurate, so. We want to make sure.
But it will help a
But
lot.
on that, I'm also happy to fill in that where possible.
All right, thank you. You segued nicely into kind of the topics that you were very interested in. And so I was able to kind of go back up to this first slide and put some stars. So I heard 3 board members very interested in literacy, the renewal of love of reading books daily, and programs like the Sunset AR College Degree Program and the reading of Achieve 3000. I also heard twice interest from 2 of you in the mental health support at schools with psychologists and social workers. So I'm going to raise those kind of to the top, go back over to Madam President. Did you want me to put stars next to anything else that you heard from your colleagues?
I just I wanted to add also, I don't know, do we have a clear partnership with San Ysidro Library? And I'm wondering that's a great resource for our community. Walking field trips, I think we need to be more involved in a library that took this community years to build. And I feel that we are not using it to the potential that we should, having that beautiful library for our community.
I agree. I'm on the Friends of San Ysidro Library, and I'm a member. And I do see people from other parts come, but I don't see them attached to the school, like the preschool. Parents that have smaller children, they have a good program there for little kids, and they bring people from the outside, and I think that's really important for our little kids to see what a library is and learn, That's one, but there's other programs that they have, like now they brought in how to knit, how to sew. I'm gonna take the class too, because I got Natasha going too with that, so I it's a very good opportunity because it shows them and they use the materials there. So I think we should partner more with the San Ysidro Library.
I just added that to slide 53, under the literacy, because I think it blends nicely. We do have individual teachers who choose to bring students to the library every year, and they do a walking field trip to the library. So I think it might be prudent, Mr. Bojarquez, for the team, the educational services team. We are starting to think about synchronizing some field trips for certain grade levels across the district, and that might be a synchronized field trip for certain grade levels for the library. I don't think they can handle all of our classes every single year, but we certainly could target, especially those reading grades.
And so as my star is on the literacy, the
Okay.
mental health.
Let me add mental health, okay.
And I really, number 3, I really think that it's very important to start really, like Mr. Martinez said, tracking our students. You hear it with the reports that you hear throughout the county, low, it's late. School districts losing students to, and we don't know really, are they going to charter schools? Because charter schools, we know that we are losing kids to charter schools. They have a cap. They cannot take, they're on the lottery, so unless they're gonna change their, protocol for accepting students. But I think if we have time to really start looking, I think it will improve our attendance when we really start, and I know you are all people services do a great job, but I wonder when they leave, like, she mentioned, like he mentioned, do we know why they leave? And we've always been a community of high mobility for years and years, but do we really know why? Why are they leaving? Where are they going? They ask for those cues. So when we send those cues to wherever they go, are we tracking where they left the cues? So I think that that's something, just if we want to focus on increasing attendance to truly reach out to more students to become scholars, true scholars, like we want, they have to be in school. Their presence is powerful. And I think it would go really great to, advocate for school, coming to school, but knowing when we're losing them, where they're going. We can bring them back. I know we don't have money like Chula Vista does for a commercial on TV. I saw it in Univision, where they have, it's a few seconds, but they're showing that this is come to Chula Vista School District. And I was like, that's powerful, but that costs millions. But we could start small through social media, through our websites, and through the local websites that, are out there that parents have access to. And I think that if we promote like a short video and says, come to San Ysidro School District, where your child will, learn and transcend to a scholar. But I really feel that that's something important to kind of do 1 year to focus on that, so that we can move from there and say, this is what we know. Let's take what we know and let's find a way to improve it. Because if we have students coming to school, they're going to learn.
And on that point, I don't know if there's the possibility of, I hate to call it this way, but an exit survey.
Yeah.
With, I don't know if we're already tracking something like that, but.
We are.
Okay, great. So, perfect, that should give us exactly the information.
We have the data when the children transfer. They have to start with their home district. So they start with us, and we have to sign off on that transfer for them to go somewhere else. And so they let us know which schools they're going to. We have that data, and when we come back from summer break, we can bring that data to the board as well.
Can I ask something on that transfer? Does it ask why they want to move out?
It does. So we also have the reasons why they're moving. Sometimes it's childcare. Their childcare is located in a different city than where we're located. Sometimes it's the employment where the parent works. So the parent wants to drive to the city and have where they're working and have their child go to the city.
Close by.
Close near their work in case something happens to their child. So there are quite a few reasons.
Continuing students, like if they
moved into the area, they found that we have new development motion wheels, and they were continuing until this fairly, so they have the right to continue in the school site. So a lot of them are continuing to the school anyway.
But in your board highlights, we'll actually put, I can track, and we have a chart, we can put how many students left to other districts, which schools they went to, and what the top reasons were.
Well, the one thing, Dr. Potter, when I mentioned that is essentially to identify a trend, because ultimately, it's gonna average itself out when it comes to students that are leaving for those reasons. I wanna know if the reason is because other school districts, middle schools, or other school districts, elementary schools, are better than ours. So if somebody says, I don't want my kid to go to Sims because Montgomery Middle is better, that's what I wanna know. And especially if the percentage of our decline in enrollment is from a particular transition to a school. I don't know if that makes sense.
The other item is, I don't know if, the demographics of the different parts of the district may impact. If we have an aging population in one part of the district versus another part of the district, there's no kids in that area, that's also an issue, right? And so we just need to track down,
And I think that was mentioned before, right, the low birth demographic, and also that we're in an area where not a young people come here and live, I guess, and so the little ones are not here. We have a community of seniors, so I think that has to do a lot with it.
And I think for the sake of time, I heard Ms. Rosario's top three. Mr. Martinez, what were your top three? Just so we put stars.
Yeah, it was music, theater, and dance in the middle school.
Okay.
It was decline in enrollment, and it was addressing the publicity issue with our construction projects. But I'm also obviously pro reading and writing, so the first one. It would be unanimous.
Okay, so the first one, literacy.
Although I just have one modification, instead of just partnering with the library, I also think partnering with the City of San Diego's Park and Rec Department is also key. I was part of the Park and Rec Council for about 8 years, and there's so many great programs that they offer that our community doesn't even know they exist. So it's good to have that community partnership, and yeah, I think that's just as an add-on to the library.
Got it. Right. Oh, wait, as an add-on to the library,
Oh, like
as an
basically
add-on
add-on
to
to
music, theater, and dance.
No, as an add-on to just collaborating with the City of San Diego.
Okay. All right. So those are yours. Do you have a top three, Mrs. Lopez?
Well, mine would be the literacy, but I know that we've gone away from showing our kids how to write. I think that's really important because now children don't know, they print their name. And I think that's really important also in reading, but in writing. I think that needs to be utilized more now. And of course, my second is the mental health.
Okay.
And that kind of like, something else that I wanted to bring up and now my mind went blank. Let's see.
It's been 5.5 hours.
No, okay.
Only.
To make our board meetings shorter, no.
That's the next board meeting.
Yes.
Give us those, not tonight, but the next board meeting.
5 to 7 minutes per presentation, Dr. Potter. After that.
Yes.
Got it, yeah. I hear everything you're saying. Okay.
Can I steal one of your stars for parent engagement and trainings? Really, we don't have no one that roots for that?
We root for it, and it'll be kind of incorporated.
All right.
Well, I just wanna.
Is Mrs. Lopez done with your stars?
There's one more.
I don't know if I should be typing short or program. I think though there's gonna be there's the board workshop number 1 for the new year. We can talk about the links for you. Okay, you good? I heard 3 stars. Okay, board member Peraza, what are your 3 stars?
Yeah, well, my personal 3 stars.
Thank you.
Which I already said, and if I can try to convince you, some of you, so we already approved, it's been already approved for mental health services for next year, I believe, or I'm not sure when, I think when school year starts, so we're gonna receive a grant for mental health for next year, and which is from the CYBHI, I think that's the name of the grant. And that will, we already have a guarantee that we will receive that. And also many other providers come with that grant, and we already gonna have that. So can I have someone's star for parent engagement, for parent training?
I mean, yeah, this is all a collaborative anyway, so it's like all these points are gonna be, we're addressing them right now. I mean, the fact that one point doesn't have as many stars.
That's a good idea. Well,
Yeah, no.
that's a good.
No, and to make things simpler, because this meeting's gonna go on for till 1. I think the main thing is that I think every issue, Dr. Potter, that you're addressing here is not gonna be the way I see it is like, one issue is not gonna be less significant than the other. I think these are just the issues that you are addressing. At least that's my understanding. Is that correct, Dr. Potter?
Yeah, the degree to which we have the resources to do all of the ideas is limited. So if we know what your top 3 are, so if all of you identify your top 3 stars, we're gonna work on those first, and that's why we are asking for prioritization. If we can get to all of them, we will try. I just don't want to promise something with limited staff.
Got it.
So that's why we asked for you to narrow. Board member Peraza, I've heard 2 stars, training for parents and parent engagement.
Can I do I'm not sure if I can, a quick change.
Okay.
Can I delete the other 2 and put my 3 stars on parent engagement?
Where were the other 2?
Remove CPI.
Okay.
I mean, well, not remove them, but.
I leave all the ideas, okay.
And also the other one was,
Yes.
the other one was for, civic classes.
Okay, so you have 3 stars. Do you want me to put 2 stars where?
In the trainings and parent engagement. Trainings for parents.
And 1 parent engagement.
Those
2
ones.
and you want me to put 2 stars on each spot?
Can it be 1 spot? Training and parent engagement?
Oh, you want it to be blended?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Training
because
for
they
parents
one of those
and
training.
Parenting, yeah, I get it. Okay, so 3 stars, training and parent engagement.
This is the only time we have the chance to do this, so.
And yeah, we want to plan. Okay, all right. Mr. Arias, where did your 3 stars land, so I make sure they are in the right spots?
So I thought I said the reading piece was.
Okay, that's good, I've got lots of stars there,
That was
okay?
important for me, and then, the mental health,
Okay,
and then. I'm gonna plead you guys to do the Spanish justice. But, yeah, I'll put on
okay, another star where?
the Spanish justice.
Do that, hang on.
I support that, but I need those stars.
We'll
Okay.
swap 1 star.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
I'll give you mine.
So, thank you, board, for your guidance. We really appreciate it. Based on the highest stars, we're gonna do that first, and then we'll just go down with the smaller stars, and then the ones that don't have stars, if we have time, we'll get to those. Okay, everybody give them a clap, that's not easy to do. They did a good job. Okay, in the interest of time, this board workshop has one last slide. All it is dates, and you can see the summer break for students began June 12th, and also for teachers, and then was their last day of work. We have the principals returning for the new school year July 9th, and then the PD that Wednesday starts July 23rd with principals welcoming back teachers to school and their staffs to school. The teacher prep day is July 24th, so that's a date that teachers get to set up their classrooms. And the date that I asked you to kindly save on your calendar is this Friday. It used to be on here. The 25th? Friday the 25th. I apologize, you don't see it there, but if you can please say the morning of Friday the 25th, July 25th, we invite everybody back to St. Ysidro Middle School. The auditorium will have 500 to 600 staff members. And so it's really important.
What time, Dr.
Typically, we start at
8:15.
8:15.
Okay.
And then we are on stage by 9. Okay? And then we just ask you save that morning. By lunch, I would say no later than 12:30, we'll release you because then the teachers go back to their sites. Okay? All right. First day of school for students is Monday, July 28th. All right, that concludes the board workshop number 3. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you. You know what, I just remembered something, no, I don't know, it's okay, Dr. Park, but I wanted to maybe just to know. I go to a super, the new one that's here in San Ysidro, and I saw a banner and I thought, oh, it's our preschool, but it wasn't ours.
Oh,
They were-
advertise.
Yeah, but it wasn't ours, and I thought, why are they here? So I went up and said, oh, I'm a grandmother, and I mean, maybe I have some children, but anyway, they were advertising for a private one. One of those, like the one here on Iris. And I thought, oh, wow, can we do that? Can we advertise that?
We can advertise our preschool. Yeah, so I just added advertise. I had just added advertise preschool with them. Okay, I added it.
Yeah, okay.
You don't have the stars, but I added it. We will have, knowing Ms. Prenzer, we will advertise it. All right, and that moves us to the next part of the agenda.
We're on 13. Can you hear me?
I have them off because they're having issues.
Oh, okay, no problem.
I'm
And I'll
sorry.
use my teacher voice. I haven't forgotten.
Yeah,
I was noticing I can't hear.
this one works.
So 13, general administration.
No, it's also.
13.1, 20. Oh, 13.1 is information only and was related to the board presentation for agenda item 12.1. Thank you, BOC Committee Chair Mr. Macedo and CBO Marilyn Adrianson for the annual report presentation. 13.1, 13.2, adoption of the local control accountability plan for the school year 2025-26.
So moved.
I second.
Do I have a vote?
Aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. .3 Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP, Every Student Succeeds Act, ESSA, Federal Addendum for School Year 2025-2026. I make the motion.
I'll second.
May I have the vote?
Aye.
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 A motion passes 5-0. 13.4, resolution number 24/250043, Education Protection Account, EPA, for 2025-2026 spending plan.
So moved.
Second.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
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 Did everybody? Here, aye.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes. 13.5, budget adoption for fiscal year 2025, 2026.
So moved.
Item 13.5 is to approve and adopt the district's budget for fiscal year 2025, 2026. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I second.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
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 I'm sorry, I didn't hear all the ayes.
Aye. Okay. 5-0, motion passes. 13.6, expanded learning opportunities program plan, ELOP. Item 13.6,
So moved.
approving the expanded learning opportunities. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
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 5-0, motion passes. 13.7, resolution number 24/250044, authorizing a mitigated negative declaration for purposes of satisfying the California Environmental Quality Act for the Community Education and Resource Center project. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I second.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
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 5-0, motion passes. 13.8, resolution number 25260009, designating authorized agents to the Protective Insurance Program for schools, a joint powers authority.
So moved.
I second.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0, motion passes. 13.9, resolution number 25260010, designating authorized agents to the Southern California Regional Liability Excess Fund Joint Powers Authority.
So moved.
I second. Irene. May I have a vote?
Aye.
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 5-0, motion passes. 13.10, first reading and adoption of revised board policies and administrative regulations 000 series.
So moved.
I second. May I have a vote?
Aye.
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 Aye. 5-0, motion passes. 13.11, first reading and adoption of revised administrative regulations 1000 series.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I just want to mention something.
We have to have a second before discussion.
I make, second it. We
Okay, now
have
we
discussion?
I was just wondering if the rest of the board read, is what is exactly what's gonna be revised for board bylaw 9240, which it will remove from the UCP complaint procedure, it will remove the 30 days of checkpoint, it will remove our, the board, authority to, or for the public to have the right to appeal to the board. So we will not longer have that opportunity as a board. And I just hope as you read this before voting yes or no on this. And if it's very short, if you want me to read what is gonna be modified.
I've already read it, and here's the thing, I think this is what, I think part of the conversation when people presuppose that we don't review the agenda is essentially so wrong. I think ultimately, when I hear comments like that, it's like saying we're not doing our homework either when we are. I've read every single agenda since I've been here. I've read every single backup since I've been here. We're all going through the same thing, so the presupposition that we don't review it is really insulting. And at least I've read it.
Okay, so you agree that we will,
Well, I'm not gonna go back and
board-
forth. I already made the motion.
the
And
board
then
will not
that's
longer
it. That's
have
all I'm
that
gonna do.
ability to hear the appealing of the appellant from the public if they do not agree to a response of the UCP complaint. And also, it will extend, if the district decides to extend the time limit, which is 60 days for a result, then they can do that. I know it's if the parent or the person who did the complaint agrees to it. So if they agree, there's no time limit for this. I think the way it's written is very vague, and we can just modify it a little bit more and be more specific. Since we are removing a lot of paragraphs and we are just converting all of these into 1.5 paragraphs.
Is there any other further discussion from other board members on this topic? Okay, then we will take a vote. May I have a vote, please?
Aye.
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 No.
Aye.
4-1. The motion passes. 13.12, first reading and adoption of revised board bylaws and exhibits 9000. Approve the first reading, adoption of the revised board bylaws and exhibits 9000 series. Limits of board member authority, 90-40, board training, board bylaw.
So moved.
Office. Okay.
So my alternative.
We have to make a second before we can discuss.
Do I have a second? I'll go ahead and make a second.
So my alternative motion first is to pull the board bylaw 9240 with, I'm sorry. The bylaw 9200, limits of the board member authority, to pull it out and to revise the language of it and to move it to the next agenda meeting. And all the other bylaws that we are modifying, we can keep those. It's just this one bylaw. And it's the one that I was talking about. And if that's not the case, then I hope I have the support from the rest of the board to say no on this one, which is very confusing, because if you say no to this item in the agenda, you will say no to all of them, and I'm just saying no to this one. So that's why I'm saying to pull it out from this item in the agenda. And like I said, this will limit not just me, it will limit all of us. It will limit our way of just asking questions. It will limit it for us to communicate, and to just, it will be very limited also as the First Amendment says. And it's just for me, it's just limited to all of the board members, and that we are adopting this for all of us. We will just lose a lot as a board.
So your amendment to the motion is to omit.
It's an alternate motion.
It's an alternate motion, is to omit 9240.
9200.
9200.
Yes.
Got it.
Do we have a second? I will now call for the vote on the
Oh, and by the
original
way,
motion.
I had 3 questions about that, not sure.
We are already going to take the vote.
Well,
Do I have your
questions-
vote, please?
Well, we can let her, does she have questions about the general motion, Ms. Barasa?
Now she
She can ask.
have discussion
Okay,
for
yes,
the
because
first
I thought
motion.
the whole idea is
For the
to
first
discuss.
motion.
Yeah, now she can just discuss
Yeah.
for the first motion.
But regarding the original motion, yeah, we can have discussion.
Okay, and these are simple questions. Okay, so my first question is, who drafted this specific the red font modification on page 362?
I can,
They will count.
yeah, so this board policy was revised in, consultation with the management team and myself, so I did review everything that was added to this. I heard your questions earlier, and I can respond that there is no First Amendment issue with regards to this. If you break it down, basically, what this says is that, and again, this is language that is very common. It comes up a lot in districts, particularly when board members are going outside of their authority directly to staff. And so it's not, it's very common for boards to put some of these items in there. Specifically, making sure that the full board is making any type of direction that would involve significant staff time. No individual board member has the authority to do that. So I really don't see any issues with regards to any concerns of, First Amendment issues. I mean, basically what you're saying is that, diverting staff from their primary job description, that doesn't, no one has a right to do that. No one has a right to request staff to work on their own personal stuff or partisan interests. No one has a right to do that. There's not a First Amendment right to create excessive workloads for staff without the full board. So again, I mean, these things are all things to protect, your staff. So anyway, this was analyzed by legal.
Do you have more discussion, question on the
Yeah.
original, the last one?
Okay, so does the CSBA sound policy that supports this kind of language? Or are we departing from an example? Is someone else doing it? Are we the only ones?
Oh, I mean, there's a lot of, in fact, I mean, there are districts that have even more strict rules with regards to board members placing items on agendas. I can raise those too. I mean, there are boards that have even more strict rules than this. So it's not, like I said, it's not uncommon to include these types of things in here. And everything in here is based on, the premise that by law, no individual board member has any right to direct, staff in a certain way. This isn't saying that you can't ask questions to the superintendent and do those types of things, but this is very specific to interactions and creating an excessive workload from staff, taking them away from the focus of the students.
Okay, and what about the phrase when it says, board members shall not communicate or reference complaints in any public setting or communication platform? So you're saying that only when it's confidential complaints?
All complaints, any complaint that any student complaint, any staff complaint that you become aware of, you're discussing that as a board member, that's confidential, that's by law. So really, that's accurate.
Not only an official complaint.
Right, well,
It could be anything that I heard, that I can hear from parents or from any person, I cannot talk about that.
Yeah, we're talking about, if there's a specific complaint, and we've talked about this, if there's a specific complaint that someone's making, and you're talking about it in a certain way as a board member, I mean, you can talk about issues, but to reference individuals with regards to specific complaints, that's a problem.
So only.
And there are lots of board policies across the state that include that.
A person, when it's specific to a person.
A specific complaint, yeah.
Can we just add the word or reference complaints, for official complaints or specific complaints or complaints that takes away the privacy, that the student or staff member has the right to be private, I don't know, something along those lines, because we have had this conversation before, and the word complaints, it's very, it can mean a lot of things. So,
I mean, I think that that this speaks for itself in the sense that we're talking about specific complaint procedures that are board policy complaints, that are complaints that across the board, UCP complaints, Williams complaints, complaints against employees. All those complaints, there's a due process. Anytime that those complaints, anything that, there, and I think that this language, is clear enough that there shouldn't be a concern for any board member to be discussing. You shouldn't be discussing these types of complaints in public.
yeah, but what if it's a complaint, well, an issue, a general issue, is that okay?
Well, that's a general issue
talk
that's
and like-
not a complaint. There's
Okay,
concerns,
okay.
but we're talking about, again, specific complaints that have been made or raised through your complaint process. That's what we're talking about.
And so can you give me examples of what can I actually inform in my public platform or social media, since it's about this?
Well, we can have that discussion offline. I mean, I think that I think that it's difficult to, again, there's a big difference between saying, or implying that there's been complaints made about certain employees or employees that, point out that, hey, here's a group of employees that I'm inferring there's been complaints against, versus saying, hey, there's been concerns raised about X, Y, and Z, and you're not necessarily talking about, any specific, issues. But again, I don't want to give any direction without knowing. I don't want you to say, oh, this was something that, was approved. But here's what I would say is, if you have a question about something that you're about to put out there, I'm happy to talk about that.
Okay. I'll try that. Well, okay. Thank you.
Okay, may I have the vote?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
No.
Aye.
4-1, motion passes. 13.13, temporary classified management contract offer of employment for child nutrition department coaching. Do I have a motion?
I so move.
Second.
May I have a vote? Aye.
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 No.
Aye.
4-1. Motion passes. 13.14, approved bylaws of the San Ysidro Education Collaborative. Do I have a motion?
So moved. I second.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
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 5-0, motion passes. 13.15, California School Boards Association Governing Board membership for 25-26 school year.
So moved. I second.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
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 5-0, motion passes. We now move on to consent calendar. All items appearing are adopted by one single motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to consideration of the motion unless a member of the board or superintendent requests that any such item be removed from the consent calendar and voted on separately.
So moved. I second. No pulls from my end, Madam President.
Okay, no pull on my end.
I don't have any.
I have some pools.
Yeah, that's just for the record.
Yeah.
But we already approved that one.
That's right.
So Mrs. Trustee Peraza does have some pulls. How about you, Mr. Arias?
No polls.
Okay? You're up, Ms. Peraza.
Okay, it will be 14E.4.
Echo?
Yes. And then 14E.11. 14E.12. 14, yeah, 14E.22. And that's it.
So, to amend my motion, Madam President, I'd like to approve the consent calendar minus 14E.4, 14E.11, 14E.12, and 14E.22.
I second that motion.
You can vote on the rest, and then we'll go individually.
Okay, do we have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes. And we'll go to 14E.4.
I'll make a motion to approve the agreement with Keenan and Associates designated representative.
And second.
There is a line in the item, in the agenda that I'm not sure that I understand. If you can just explain this part. Where it says that the authorized representative with read-only access to the workers. That specific line, I'm not sure I'm understanding it correctly. You can explain a little bit more.
So, the read-only access, Amber Sanchez is the authorized representative, so she only has, not able to make adjustments to the claims or the reports, and only is able to read them without making adjustments to them. Yeah.
Okay, and there's no cost, right, for that?
Keenan and Associates is, they are our, service provider for workers' compensation.
I think I saw zeros on that. Okay. Thank you, that was it.
Are there any other discussions? We'll take a vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. 5-0, motion passes. 14E.11, agreement with the California Department of Healthcare Services.
So moved.
A second.
Okay, so I have some questions pending from our meeting yesterday. And, one of those were if we could have, the parental consent, to identify where in the contract it talks about parental consent. And this was, by the way, the mental health grant that I was talking about, because apparently we need to approve different corporations and different entities in order to have that grant. So for this one in particular, well, both of them actually, do we have parental consent for 14E.11 and 14E.12?
14E11 is the agreement with the California Department of Health to be able to enroll in medical. That's just the agreement for that. What we talked about yesterday with regards to the parental concern, Cure Solace, the reply from Cure Solace, this is because they're the in-between services. So there's no permission slip is required for care coordination services, where we connect a kid to care in the community. So that means that the parent will have to make that connection with the assistance of CareSolve. However, if services are provided on campus and you want to get reimbursed for the service on the CYBHI, then parents will need to consent for services and for billing under the state initiative. In that case, we will use our own district consent.
So, but still, nothing under those lines for parents will consent, right?
I don't understand that part of your question.
Yeah, well, I mean, for any of these that we are approving, since March,
There's
I
no
have been
contact
asking.
for 14E11, there's no contact with the parents or the kids. That's an agreement between San Ysidro School District and the California Department of Health so that we can be enrolled in the medical program.
Yeah, well, just to have medical, to be enrolled in the medical and health services. I understand, but I guess I was speaking more for 14E.12. And it seems that there's a lot of in-between corporations that we're approving just to have this grant, and also.
Is this
This
discussion
is not a
on
corporation, this is a state agency.
The one on the incorporation is
But wait, before we do that, we're on 14E.11, not 14E.12.
Well,
They're not the same item, no.
no, it's not the same, okay.
Thank you. So I don't believe that there's further discussion on 14E.11.
No, so let's take, a vote.
Okay, aye.
Aye.
Solana.
Aye.
Oh, aye.
No.
4-1, motion passes. 14E.12, service agreement and business associate agreement with Care Solace Incorporated.
So moved.
I second.
Okay, so now we're paying $18,000 that will be reduced from our grant. For you to approve this, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay, so now the grant is less and less. And what I was saying, what I was thinking is that, we are, giving this many information to many incorporations, from our students, and, providers can come from other entities, providers can not be strictly from this district, correct? They can, depending on the children's need, it can be from other program external to the San Ysidro School District, it can be from maybe a medical clinic. So that's my concern, that because I have researched this program, the CYBHI. So depending on the need, if we don't have that service here in this district, and someone else from this program, which I don't know if you have seen, but they have many partners, many corporations, many incorporations that can provide these services. So that's my concern, that we're giving all this information from our students to all of these incorporations. And also, is there more things that we will keep approving in order to get this grant? Do you know if something else is coming? You don't have nothing?
Not as far as I know.
Okay, yeah, because we have been approving 4 things by now, just to have that grant. And I just think it's very important to have in mind that we have always have that information for ourselves, for our district, and now we are gonna give this information to other entities. And that was what we approved on May 20th, the May meeting, by the way, for the data recollection of our students. They will keep that. And yeah, that's.
Is there any more discussion?
Oh, and by the way, we're very very quick thing that I think is very important. But for this company, this incorporation in particular, Care Solace, the contract is confidential and it's not provided for the public. It's not provided in the materials, and just for that reason, I don't think that is a good thing to approve for something that is not visible for the public.
Any other discussion? Take the vote.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. No.
Aye.
4-1. Motion passes. 14E.22, agreement with Johnson Consulting Engineers.
So moved. I'll second that.
Well, I appreciate that we're gonna start looking into cameras project, and but I know that it's for only certain schools to explore which ones are working or not, and which probably they don't because they're so old. I would like for this particular tool to be in every school. So if we can take this opportunity of the consulting to visit all schools, I think this will make it much better for the whole district. That's it.
Any more discussion? No, okay, we'll take a vote.
Aye.
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 But can you put it on record, please, Dr. Potter?
Yes.
Thank you.
It looks like we are done with this, right?
Yep.
Okay, so may I have a motion to adjourn?
I would like to make a motion to adjourn at 11:02.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. 5-0.
Yep.
Motion passes. Good night.